All right, good morning, racers and crews. I still got time to grab something from Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, grab a breakfast sandwich, grab a coffee, get ready to go here. Pro, we're going to start calling you right now to the staging lanes. We're going to get her going. The ambulance is here. The track is prepped. So, Pro, let's go. Staging lanes are open. All right, well, we had a great day racing yesterday. We concluded. That's right, we're back at it. It's point race number 7 here today. And if you're looking, yes, the point standings were posted on the tech booth yesterday. And I see we do have a licensing vehicle. Right now, licensing, guys, you guys come up whenever you're ready. We're going to get you licensed here today. All other classes and testers, please come up to the staging lanes when you're called. Please remember at SIR, left lane has right-of-way. There is 2 turnoffs at the top end. We do have a long shutoff, a quarter mile. Most of the cars should be able to hit the first turnoff, but if you missed it, just keep going. And left-hand lane has right-of-way, so you have to wait for the left-hand lane to clear. As well, if you're feeling some issues with the car, you don't know what's going on, we just ask you to pull over to the side of the guardrail, stop. We'll come and chat with you. We'd rather have that where we got some fuel or anything leaking. We got to clean stuff up. It just makes it easier if it's at one spot. So we just ask you to pull over and stop, and we'll get her fixed up for you. We'll clear you. As well, down the return road, well, just take your time. We don't want anybody getting hurt in the pits. There's a lot of people walking around. And speaking of the pits, wow, we got a few new cars here today, a few different ones. We definitely want to thank everyone who traveled. We do appreciate your efforts. We had the grace of Dragster out of Winnipeg yesterday. Boy, oh boy, unfortunately they've had some issues, but they said, you know what, guys, we're going back. We love this place, so we love these guys. They want to bring a few other guys out here, and that Dragster, what a wild-looking vehicle. Well, I'm going to mention we had a drive-by for Gary Waldner on Thursday. Got to thank Gord Spack for kind of arranging that with Rochelle Klein-Carrier. She is representative of the Shifters Car Club, but I'll tell you, if you want anything done in this province, you know what? You can probably say Western Canada. She is the lady to talk to. She's helped our club tremendously. Yes, it's Gary Waldner, a guy that drag raced, but in the car scenes, everybody kind of gets together. I love the community. I was glad to be part of it. I brought my ride out. It was the maiden voyage. Unfortunately, it didn't like idling too much. The heat temperature was getting up on the water temperature gauge, so I thought, you know what? I got to bow out of that parade. But unfortunately, yeah, Gary is at Glengarda Hospice, and yeah, it's not looking good. But our thoughts and our everything, condolences and everything with Deb and stuff. Gary's done a lot for our track here. The guy was a wealth of knowledge. I quite honestly say if I had a question about SIR, Gary was the guy I chatted with. Felt very fortunate last year, actually, with Devery Howard. He's the grandson of the Howard family that started this drag strip. We kind of had a mini SIR reunion last year with him, Devery Howard, Gary Walder, Gord Spack, Bruce Williams. Yeah, Bruce used to announce here at the track, but Bruce is a true gearhead. And who else? Murray McDonald. Yes, he used to track announce here, and he's another guy that has a wealth of knowledge here at SIR. So it was really fortunate to actually reunite last year with Devery Howard. So once again, it was nice to be part of that drive-by with Gary Waldner. Well, we got time here. We got to thank Lady Luck Automotive. That's right, Trevor Appelt. That's right, Trevor and Coria Lee. They held their 6th annual Hot Rod Hayride. They had a 50-50, some raffles, and you know what? They donated over $600 here to the track, so that's always a good thing. So, Trevor, Lady Luck Automotive, thank you. We're going to keep announcing that over the weekend as well at the feature. Appreciate what you did for the SIR here. All right, guys, ambulance is here. Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. Quicker we get going, sooner we'll conclude our day. So, Pro, let's go. Well, members, we were talking to Anita Henry. That's right. The grandstands are just about there. Still, we need some more final touches here to finish it up for the big race in August. If you can help out, Sean was talking about it at the drivers' meeting, but look at your emails. There are people at the track, and if you want to help out, there's grass to be cut. If you don't know, they'll direct you what we need done here. But we just added a couple more sections here, and the grandstands look fantastic. So thank you, everyone that has donated their time in helping us out here. Without your efforts, we couldn't accomplish this once again. So SIR truly improving every time we come out here. And the August feature, that's right, we're starting on a Friday. It's going to be a regular ports race number 8 with the feature on Saturday and the rainout date on Sunday. Well, we're going to have to keep that in mind. Unfortunately, last year, we've always tried to run a rainout date. Never kind of really worked. Last year, we decided to do it. Unfortunately, on Saturday, my voice kind of gave out on me on Sunday. I kind of was going through puberty. I had no control over it. But Saturday was kind of disheartening. We tried, I don't know how many times. It was a full day of announcing. We just didn't accomplish anything with Mother Nature. So that's how she goes sometimes. But hopefully today, I think we're going to have a great weekend racing here. So once again, Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. Pro, let's go. Well, it's nice to catch up with a good friend, Jeff Semenuk. He brought out his Mustang out of Regina. And Jeff, boy, oh boy, yeah, we haven't connected for a while, but when I first started staging vehicles here, back in the stage and lanes, working at SIR, he was one of the first racers I met, and one of the nicest guys I've ever met out down south. So it's nice talking to Jeff Semenuk and getting reacquainted, and it sounds like he's trying to make a comeback here. So, Jeffy, we need that Ford Mustang back here, right? All right, the cars are rolling. Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. Let's go. And thank you to our staff yesterday. Yes, a very long day for everyone. We got her accomplished. You guys did a great job yesterday, and nice to see a lot of staff here. Yes, we weren't really understaffed, it didn't seem. So thank you guys for your efforts yesterday. And I believe the car count yesterday is about 120 cars. So, man, oh, man, she was a busy day at the office here. We did get her done with the buyback round, box, no box. Congratulations to all the winners and runner-ups yesterday. But remember, we're clearing the slate here today. We're getting back up at it again with the time trials here shortly. All right, before we get started, we're just going to go over the run order again. Once again, Pro, we start with you guys, of course. That'll be followed by Super Pro. Then Testers, you guys, your own class, come up when you're called. Sportsman, Junior Street Legal, the co-pilot class. Street Legal, and then Junior Dragster. Anyone licensing, come up to stage in lane 1 or 2 during the day. Don't wait for your call. We will get you licensed. Whenever you're ready, you just make up to stage in lane 1. Just say you're licensing. We will fit you in. All other classes and testers, please come up when your class or testers have been called to staging lanes. All right, Pro, let's go. Let's fill these staging lanes and let's go. Pro, staging lanes are open. All right, for those who can't join us, that's right, we are streaming on YouTube. All you got to do is get on YouTube, Sask International Raceway. So you know what? If you can't make it to a race weekend, you can watch it out at the lake, stream it, right? Thank you, James Gordon, for doing that. All right, Pro, let's go. All right, our first time trial of the day, Jake Fiesel out of Regina with the Camaro, up with Frank Bohozoff out of Yorkton. He's Cam Busters as well, Smoking Guns Racing Team. Thank you, Frank, for your promotion. Watched Facebook yesterday. I caught up a little bit. Thank you for promoting our track. You do a wonderful job, Frank. Well, Jakester with the red eye, missed it by 003. Reaction time for Frank Bohozoff. Fiesel through to 10:34 with the red eye, 11:97 for Frank Bohozoff. Well, looks like we're sending Gary up to the front there to see what's going on. No? All right, got the track cleared off there. We'll get resuming with time trials real soon here. Once again, Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. All right, our next pair getting the time trial slips. That's right, Dave Fuzzy Kerr from Regina, 62 Fury. With our friends at Lloydminster, Alberta, Rob Phillips, Pontiac 63 Acadian. Beautiful car. And once again, SIR's truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. You know what? We got friends from Alberta. We've got friends from Manitoba here this weekend. We always welcome anyone to our track. Well, Dave Kerr got the extra time at 0.52 to a 140, but it will be Rob Phillips through at a 980. 12:28, the number for Dave Kerr. All right, our next pair, both from southern Saskatchewan, White City, Perry Fletcher. 64 Belvedere. With Brian Hicks, we know Brian Hicks. He's run this 69 Chevelle for a number of years here at SIR. Well, double red eyes. Fletcher's time is 10:25, 11:06 for Brian Hicks. Well, we said that a number of times yesterday. It's going to continue today. Mopar with Mopar. The Pink Panther out of Saskatoon. Floyd Scribner. Get the time slip to Mike Alexander out of Regina. That's right. Watch. The starting line. Going in on the weekend here, Mike Alexander was number one, but yesterday probably scrambled the point standings a little bit. Floyd Scribner reached the top end, 987. 10:07 for Mike Alexander. Final call for Pro, final call for staging Pro. All right, Jay Strand, Boulier, Saskatchewan. Third generation racing, that's right. Jay Strand with Andrew L. out of Balgony. Andrew having a great season as well. He was in third spot going in on the weekend. Well, red light for Andrew L. Chase Strand, good reaction time, 0.48. Andrew L with the red eye gets through with the truck at 968, 11:69 with a good reaction time. Chase Strand. Next pair out of southern Saskatchewan. Good to see Sean Isaac back up. That Firebird is gorgeous. I love the car. Sean Isaac out of southern Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip of Dale Weiss. That's right, true old school racing. He's running old. Well, this round, Weiss has the reaction time. Sean Isaac will cross the line first. 9:16 for the Firebird, 10:31 for our friend with the olds. Our next pair on the line out of Outlook, 66 Chevelle, Jared McIntosh, getting the time slip with Marcella out of Weyburn with the Mustang. First call for Super Pro, stage and lanes. Well, McIntosh got the reaction time, an 017 to a 226. And McIntosh through 973, Mustang's time at 1044. All right, Slayer 2. I like the new ride out of Pilot Butte, Sean Lachambe. 67 Chevy 2. Up with Heather Bennett out of White City. That's right, both racers out of southern Saskatchewan. Heather's rookie year last year. She is a drag racer. She holds her own. Went through the rounds yesterday. Good job, young lady. And Heather got the axe time on this round, 073 to a 127. But it will be Sean Lachambe through the quarter mile, 960, 1104 the time for Heather Bennett. All right, the Slate Web Queen. I tell you, Ken Daly had a good race weekend last couple weeks ago. Let's see what he's doing with the White Dart here today. Ken Daly getting the time slip with Captain Fiesel. Another junior dragster. Man, oh man, very good racer. Captain Fiesel out of Regina. And ho-ho, what a launch by Daly. Daly got the axe time in 039, and top end will get there first. Boy, what a run. 10:20 for Ken Daly, 131 miles an hour. Camden Fiesel, 10:33. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. And another couple of Regina racers, Ryan Appleby on the line first, second generation Appleby. Love the stripes on the back end of that beautiful black Charger. Getting the time slip with Martin Marchek. I'll tell you that, watch the starting line. Both cars are going to pull the front wheels. Wow, Appleby pulling those front wheels, 976 through the top end. 1031 for the Ford Mustang. Martin Marchek, unfortunately, a red eye. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, I got to say good morning to Walter Fournette this morning. He loves his supercharger on that Corvette. Walter Fournette's going through the rounds yesterday. He's getting the time slip with Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park with that Duster. Another racer going through the rounds yesterday. Well, Walter with a red eye. Mark Bennett, 2:16 reaction time. And the Duster will cross the line first, 9:26, 10:95 for the Corvette. Super Pro, we need you on stage on Super Pro. All right, Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. Pontiac Acadian getting the time slip with Plum Crazy. Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn. Well, Tim Gallagher didn't miss it by much. A red eye, 006. Got through at 11:06, but I'll tell you, Plum Crazy, no 04 light. Glenn Hendry, 10:54 through the quarter mile. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, Anita Hendry out of Dundurn. That's right, with the Barracuda. Like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank Glenn. That's right, getting the time slip with Brandon Bennett out of White City. Brandon going through the rounds yesterday as well. Well, red eyes to the start today there, Brandon. Old 3-9 racks time for Anita Hendry, but it will be Brandon Bennett at the top end. 9:11, 10:77 for the Barracuda. All right, Johnson, that out of Outlook with the Camaro getting the time slip with Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. Doherty's got the bad influence Challenger. Well, Doherty with a red eye, 061 for Johnson Atten. Camaro through, 10:56, 10:10 for the Challenger. All right, the Mullet Mafia is back. Mason the Mongoose Boastman getting the time slip with Tyson Daronowski out of Casa Rio. Mason Boatman through in 980 through the quarter mile. Tyson Daronowski through at 1093. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro, All right, good to see Lou Fontaine in the time trials here. He's going to compete here with the new ride. Still waiting for a name for it. So if anyone's got an idea, come talk to Lou in the pits. Lou Fontaine getting the time slip with Dave Kaster. Dave had a little bit of a day yesterday, but back running here today. And top end, Lou Fontaine, 971, 1049 for Dave Kaster. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. We're now with the first round of Super Pro Time Trials. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Taryn McBain, she's riding the Sunbeam Alpine this year. Dad's running the Dragster. And red eye for Taryn, but oh boy, Kim Bernard, you're on your game in 004. Let's see you at the top end. Camaro through to 893, 938 for the Sunbeam Alpine. All right, warming up the tires, side-by-side dragsters. It's Travis McBain in the VP fuel lane, getting the time slip. Richard Skopik, that's right. Skopik's going through the rounds yesterday. Richard and Joan. Travis McBain. Well, both great reaction times in 024, 022 top end. It's McBain, 778, 171 miles an hour. 811 for Richard Skopik, 165 miles an hour. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, Jack Appleby went through a few rounds yesterday with a 72 Dart. Getting the time slip. Good to see Kelly Morrison back with the farm truck. That's right, the 1970 El Camino. Well, top end, Jack Appleby got the reaction time in 024 through to 931. Kelly Morrison a 127 reaction time through to 948. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Once again, 106.9 on your FM dial. Don't lose your call to station. 106.9 on the FM dial. All right, Barney's back. Jason Huddle, Lloydminster, Alberta. Getting the time slip. It's Scott Yaremko out of Saskatoon. Both drivers, great reaction times. Remco through to 8:23, 10:31 for Jason Howdle. Testers 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Getting the time slip. I can't believe this car is still for sale. Rick the Geese, the 68 Nova. Lots of history with that car. Well, red eye for the Geese. A 1:15 reaction time for Bob Fiesel. Top end, the Geese through 886, 887 for Bob Fiesel. Our next pair of racers, both out of Regina. It is Wayne McKinnon with the 97 Cavalier getting the slip with Matt Dixon. That's right. Love the 67 Comet. Never seen one before until this year when Matt showed up with the Causies earlier this year. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Second call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, Matt Dixon, good reaction time in 0:05, 0:15 for McKinnon. Wayne McKinnon gets to the quarter mile first, the 9:25, 9:92 for Matt Dixon. Our next pair, BBJ 5-star Camaro. Barry Stettner getting the time slip with smiling Leroy Schmidt. Well, Stettner got the reaction time on this round in 0:22 to a 1:41. Leroy Schmidt sneaks the 9:32 on a 9:70 for Stettner. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Sportsman, stage lanes, 5 and 6. Well, we got Taylor Fiesel. All right, I believe that's Richie Harder behind the dragster, getting the time slip with Taylor Fiesel. Richie Harder through at 764, 856. All right, Fred Schwab on the line first out of Dundurn with the 75 Hornet. Getting the time slip of Taylor Feasel. Taylor, you went through a few rounds yesterday. Congratulations. Another junior dragster driver progressing through the ranks. Sportsman, we need you on stage in Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Reaction time, Taylor, an 003, 010 for Schwab. So Taylor Feasel, good reaction time. Dragster through to 804, 1055 for Fred Schwab. All right, our next pair, Eddie DeJarle out of the burnout box with the yellow Malibu, getting the time slip with Rick and Cheryl Brown. Rick behind the wheel. Had a great day yesterday with the Corvette. Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class 3 and 4. First call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class 3 and 4. Rick Brown is on his game, an 009 reaction time, 057 for DeJarle. There's the parachute. Corvette through 766, 178 miles an hour, 1041 for Ed DeJarle, 129 miles an hour. Second call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class. We've got a few vehicles in the lanes now. Second call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class. I've seen this car before. Graham Broadfoot out of Watrous. The car is for sale. Nice car. Graham Broadfoot, good reaction time, 010, top end through the quarter mile. Oh, he shuts her down. He's just going to make sure everything's running good. 1081 as he shut it down. Junior Street Legal, Co-Pilot Class, 3 and 4. Let's go. Anyone licensing, get to stage in lane 1. We will get you licensed today. All right, good to see Brett Eskis Jr. back at the track here. Yes, he's raising a family. He's got other obligations, but hey, he's back here having fun with his family. Good to see the Eskis family out of Prince Albert. Brett getting the time slip of the Mount Jurassic Flamin out of Regina. Amanda Jurassic Flamin got 3x time, an 051 to a 102. She gets there first, 1175. Brett Eskis Jr., 1207 through the quarter mile. All right, couple more. Yes, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class. Yes, 3 and 4. Looks like we got somebody licensing as well, right? All right, just touching up the starting line on the VP fuel lane. We'll get back at her here shortly. Well, we got a birthday wish. That's right. Happy birthday, Sarah Stinson, from your crazy sister-in-law. We don't know who she is, do we? A little early, July 29th, but hey, she's ahead of the game. Sarah Stinson going down the quarter mile. We'll get there first with the Challenger, 14:09. Chad Novak through with the Mustang, 14:86. All right, out of Coupar, Stephen Roski with the Mustang with Darren Shimko. Out of Saskatoon, good reaction times, 035 for Shimko and 020 for Roski. Top end, it is Shimko with the orange Nova, 1277, 1450 for the Mustang. All right, final call for the junior street legal class. That's right, that is the co-pilot class. And there is the miss, Chase Strand, third generation racing. That's right, we've got Glenn Sally on the sideline. Grandpa videotaping. Chase just purged the nitro system, getting the time limit. Chuck Ackerster out of Moose Jaw. Love the Dodge truck. Fortunately, Chuck left the gates a little too quick with the red eye. 0.33 reaction time for Chase. And the Mustang gets through at 1160, 117 miles an hour. 1277, the number for Chuck Ackerster, 103 miles an hour. All right, Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina. Good job going through the rounds yesterday, Chris. Gonna go do it again today. He's getting the time slip with Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel 87 Blazer. Both identical reaction times, 0649. Chris Langdon is through 1175, 1388 for Jay Steele. Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, our next pair, it is Owen Desjardins with the Vega. Getting the time slip, and hey, Garrett Gerwing going through the rounds yesterday with the Charger. Well, Garrett Gerwing, really good drag racer. 0.15 reaction time, 0.30 for Owen Desjardins. Vega will cross the line first, 12.13. Garrett, 13.15. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Chantel Henry on the line first. Out of Dundurn, getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. And there's Dawn in the stands. Reaction time went to Chantel Henry in 0.75, 0.84 for Evan Stephenson. Evan crossed the line first, 12.22, 12.76, the number on the Duster. All right, next pair, Eric Humphreys. Congratulations to Eric and Sid purchasing a house. So Eric Humphreys getting the time slip with Sean Ironstad out of Macklin. All right, sign on stat due at 13.59, 12.98 for Eric Humphreys. Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, we call this the co-pilot class. You got to have an adult with the vehicle. You can be 13 years and older. You can race half track. And I think that would be a real good family kind of experience if you ever wanted to experience drag racing economically. And usually drag racing and economics don't go hand in hand, but I think this class does. I'd like to thank Butler Byers for sponsoring this class this year. Well, on Facebook, there you already see the bantering amongst these two people already, right? They're drag racers. Nikita Blanchard up with Kaiden Farr. Getting the time slips. That's right. Linda Sabiston in the white Hemi. And Kurt Jackson in the burgundy. So these racers going to run 8th mile, half track. And looks like Nikita Blanchard will get there first at 9.97 at 71 miles an hour. Kaiden Farr through at 10.29, 69 miles an hour. All right, Junior Dragster, Stage Lane 1 and 2, Street Legal 5 and 6. How did I know Sully was under the tower? Especially on my side. What are you trying to do, Sully? Wake me up or what? Sullivan Gropp currently in number 1 going into the weekend. And he went through the rounds yesterday, getting the time slip with Marley Breeze out of Prince Albert. This young lady, great drag racer with the checkered pass, PA Taxi. Oh, Sully, red eye. Marley Breeze, 385 reaction time. So in elimination rounds with the red eye, Sully would have been eliminated or disqualified. Still gets a time slip for the 8th mile at 9:36, 77 miles an hour. 9:49 for Marley Breeze, 72 miles an hour. All right, and it's Jansen Adams in the GMC. Well, Jensen, good reaction time at 2:97 down the 8th mile. And through the 8th, you get through it at 13:20 at 56 miles an hour. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Final call. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. All right, Lucas Guyman. He's actually licensing for Junior Street Legal. That is cool. Well, Lucas, good reaction time, 0.43, top of the 8th mile. My friend, you went through it at 10:58, 70 miles an hour. And Braden the Snake Bentley out of Warman. Well, that's what they were using when they were doing junior dragsters, right? But Braden's having some good times with his Trans Am. He's getting the time slip with the convertible Mustang out of Kenora, Chad Novak. And Chad got the reaction time this round in 0.64 to a 1:03 top end. It will be the Mustang. 1474, 1508. Sorry, 1508 for the Trans Am. 1474 for the Mustang. All right, this young lady going through the rounds yesterday, Marcy. You observed very well. Once again, good reaction time in 084. Just going down the track with Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, Core Rock Construction. And Dave will cross the line first. Truck through the quarter mile, 14:05. Marcy Desjardins, 17:74. All right, the Battle of Stinson's. Austin Stinson behind the Jeep with Sarah Stinson behind the Challenger all the way from Tembagapura, Indonesia. Boy, say that a few times early in the morning, right? Yes, we got the Stinson family reunion here happening at the SIR. We love it. And yes, your sister-in-law says happy birthday. It's premature. It's only July 29th, next week. But hey, she's on top of the game. Good thing our Seeing Eye Dog brought out that calendar for us, right? All right, Sarah Stinson through a 14:29, 16:12 for Austin Stinson with the Jeep. All right, the supercharged Corvette of Walter Fournette's getting the time slip. Matt Henry out at Undurn. Fournette's got the reaction time in 012, 061 for Matt Henry. Corvette through 1087. Matt Henry 18:28. Scott Lalonde out of Regina. Wasn't he driving a truck last time? Wants to go faster, right? Scott Lalonde with Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon. Good job, Kerry. You're doing a good job. Scott Lalonde gets through first. 13:28 with the Audi. Kerry Reap, 15:03 with the Mustang. Sean Arnstadt out of Macklin with the Hyundai, getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. And we are just about concluding our first round of time trials here. Once again, guys, get your cars ready. Go. And there's Lucas, boy oh boy, jumping from vehicle to vehicle. He's making it for the junior dragster run. Good job, buddy. Well, it's a red eye for Evan Stephenson. Sean, 2:33 reaction time. Super Coupe will get through the quarter mile first. Evan's time, 12:20. Sean's time, 13:68. All right, the Battle of the Trucks, both out of Southie Saskatchewan. Of course, they're running Dodges, right? Well, Sean runs a Pontiac as well, but we'll tease him about that as he goes. It's a pretty quick Pontiac, though, I got to say, right? Sean Isaac with Nathaniel Gross, both out of Southie Saskatchewan. That's right, the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan. Well, Nathaniel is going to take the first round down the quarter mile. Those are heavy trucks. 15:21 for Nathaniel. Sean through at 16:08. All right, Shane Grove out of Dundurn. Fixed Income Garage says, hi, Mike. Hey, hi right back at you, Shane. As well, he loves the SIR staff. You know what? I love our SIR staff, too. They do a good job here. Thank you, Shane, for those kind words. Well, reaction time for Shane on 108 as he makes his way down the quarter mile. Sully, you learning anything from this or what? Top end, Shane through 1376, 99 miles an hour. Are you learning something? Okay, he's learning something. Thumbs up. All right, yes, I remember this Beretta, Brad Prokopiew out of Noon Lodge. I like the Berettas. Haven't seen one for a long time. All right, Brad getting it back on the lane there, 1030, 129 miles an hour, and you know it's got a lot more in that. All right, first call pro, second time trial, 5 and 6, let's go pro. 5 and 6, let's go, second time trial. Once again, good time. Make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat. Yeah, they got breakfast sandwiches. Grab a cup of coffee. I see the kids got freezies gotten them going this morning, right? Good reaction times, guys. Fueled by sugar. I like it. Just don't be too happy around Kurt, okay? Because he doesn't like happy people, okay? All right. Good to see you guys. All right, just doing a little prep work for our junior dragsters. They're going to run half track, but we open up a gate so we get them back on the return road quicker. Once again, Pro 5 and 6 is open. Let's go. Second time trial. Pro, let's go. All right, yes, souvenir shop is now open, I believe. Brenda Goebel. We're not going to do 50-50 today. We did our good yesterday. Yes, it did get claimed. Congratulations, Darren. So if, once again, you buy a 50-50 ticket here and it has not been claimed, we do post it on our website, Facebook. And if you got the winning ticket, all you got to do is contact us. We will make the arrangements, right? Once again, thank you, 50-50s. We do a lot of improvements here at SIR. We celebrated 50 years of racing 9 years ago. Can you believe it? Next year will be 60th anniversary here at SIR. And boy, oh boy, there was times I don't think we were going to be here, right, Kurt? We had some tough times, but I'll tell you, it's not your daddy's old racetrack anymore. SIR next year getting ready to celebrate 60 years of drag racing in Western Canada, and we are the oldest track in Western Canada. Wow, eh? Well, we survived. That's what we're doing. And we are coming around. I'll tell you, the track got surfaced a few years ago. Talking to our friends out of Winnipeg with the dragster. They posted their personal best. They're broke. They're coming back. They're bringing friends. We like those kind of friends, right? So once again, nice to hear guys, racers, getting their personal best here at SIR. All right, we got the Battle of Ladies. That's right, we got Zoe. Well, no, the junior dragster's called Zoe Mike. Victoria Desjardins out of Regina in the Tiger Automotive Lane. That's Papa helping her on the starting line with Leah Jasic out of Regina. And that is Amanda Jasic Flamin helping her daughter. All right, they're out the gates. And it's a red eye for Leah. 185 racks time for Victoria, but Leah will get through the 8th mile first, 1182. 1386 for Victoria. And I got to say, Victoria's getting quicker and quicker. Must be the crew chief. All right, Thomas Jasic yesterday having a good day. He is in the Tiger Automotive Lane. That is Dad helping him out. And that is Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan. We're going to get that right. And top of the 8th It is Thomas Jasic through 1185, 52 miles an hour, 827 for Lucas, 77 miles an hour. All right, Pro, let's go. Pro, we need you in staging. Second time trial, let's go. All right, prepping the track one more time. Second time trial. Let's go, Pro. All right, looks like the track is prepped. The junior dragsters making their way down the return road. Well, we don't have a lot of people out there, but let's show our appreciation. These young drag racers going to become better drag racers as they get older. And I'll tell you, Victoria, you are getting quicker, young lady. Good job. All right, another young drag racer, Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan. Looks like Al picked up a souvenir or something. Thank you, Al. All right, Pro, let's go. Load those staging lanes. Pro, second time trial. Let's go. All right, there's Lucas making his way down. Let's put your hands together. A pretty good job on that diesel truck, guy. You're doing good. Awesome. All right, and the Jasic Flamin family making their way back with the juniors. Please put your hands together. All right, good job, guys. And the Beretta licensing. I love this car. All right, final call for pro. Final call for pro. Second time trial. All right, second time trial in the Queen City Performance Pro class. And you might be asking, not a lot of people out there, maybe you're not new to or familiar with drag racing. Why do we do time trials? That is for qualifying. That is lane choice as well. You may get the bye run. So whoever's got the best reaction time, that is who reacts to the Christmas tree the best, gets the pick, right? We got Frank Mahozoff out of Yorkton with Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Scribner pulling the wheels. Frank Mahozoff got the reaction time in 0.78, but it will be the Pink Panther Cuda through to 980. 12.00 for Frank Mahozoff. Well, Lucy, you don't have any explaining to do. Good to see my friend back again. What a beautiful Falcon, and if you got a name for this car, he'd love it. That is Lou Fontaine. He'd definitely like to thank Alan, Doug, Russ, Larry, Chad, Dave, Carrie, Jeff, Riley, and Nikki. Yes, he is back racing again here today. Lou Fontaine with the Falcon. Going up against third generation racing Chase Strand out of the Bouillet, Saskatchewan. And Chase got track's time of 1:13, but it'll be Lou Fontaine Jr. through with the Falcon, 9:75. Mustang's time 11:30 or 11:53. All right, I love this Firebird. Sean Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan, back up. He's up here earlier this year. Love the purchase. He's getting the time slip with the 66 Chevelle. Jared McIntosh out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. Well, reaction time went to McIntosh. This round 0.43 to a 1:46, but Sean Isaac will cross the line first. 9:21 with the Pontiac. 9:77 the time for the Chevy Chevelle. All right, our next pair, Marcel out of Weyburn with the Mustang. Getting the time slip with Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta. We love the Pontiac Acadian he brings here. Well, red eye for our friend out of Lloydminster, Rob Phillips. 0.88 racks time for Marcel with the Mustang. Rob Phillips will cross the line first. Acadian through. 9:86. Mustangs time. 10:51. Our next pair of racers out of southern Saskatchewan, White City, Heather Bennett, 92 Mustang. In the VP fuel lane, it is Jake Fiesel in the Tiger Automotive lane with the Camaro. Well, red eye for Heather Bennett, 013 reaction time. Jake Fiesel crossing the line. Camaro's time, 10:34. Mustang through at 11:06. And another pair from southern Saskatchewan out of White City. Perry Fletcher wants the starting line. He's going to pull the front wheels on that Belvedere. Getting the time slip, Camden Fiesel going through the rounds. Another junior dragster racer years ago. Very good drag racer right now in pro. Camden Fiesel out of Regina. Well, the dreaded red eye for Perry Fletcher. 044 reaction time for Camden Fiesel. Side by side, Fiesel through at 10:36, 10:25 for Perry Fletcher and the Belvedere. All right, out of the burnout box, Andrew L. of Balgony, Saskatchewan. That's right, a D100 truck. Love the truck. Getting the time slip with the Fruit Loops out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Walter Fruit Loop Burnetts. And what a launch by the truck. 047 reaction time for Andrew L. 062 for Walter Burnetts. And mid-track, the Dodge truck pulling away. Andrew L. through. Quarter mile, 9:69. 10:87 the time for Walter Burnetts. And our next pair out of Regina, Ryan Appleby with the new stripes on that Charger. And watch the starting line. He pulls those wheels really well. He's up with Martin Marchuk out of Regina. Martin and Laureen running the 68 Mustang for a number of years. And there's the launch. Martin Marchuk with a red eye. 051 reaction time for Appleby. Ryan Appleby through the quarter mile. 9:78, 10:22, the number on Martin Marchuk. All right, our next pair, Brian Hicks and Dave Kerr, both out of Regina once again. Hicks has that 69 Chevelle. He's raced it here at SIR for a number of decades. Dave Fuzzy Carr, hey, kind of a newer racer, but I'll tell you what, beautiful 62 Fury. You gotta look at that car in the pits. Words don't describe how detailed that car looks. Brian Hicks got through X time in 027 and 041. And Hicks tops the front end, top end at 11:08, 12:35, the number for Dave Kerr. First call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. First call for Super Pro. Well, that is a pretty neat Model A with the rumble seat. That's for the mother-in-law, isn't it? Or is it for the wife? I'm not sure. I better be careful what I say here. I'll be in trouble. Nice vehicle. Unbelievable nice. Take a look at that vehicle in the pits. All right, Sean LaShawn with the Slayer 2, Chevy 2. Getting the time slip with Upcast Racing, Kim Gallagher. And red eye for Sean LaShawn, 073 reacts time for Kimmy G. Second call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Second call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Kim Gallagher with the good light through at 11:09, 9:42 with the red eye. Sean LaShawn. Well, Plum Crazy on the line first out of Dundurn. Of course, that's Glenn Henry. Getting the time slip, Mike Alexander out of Regina. And Mike Alexander going into the weekend was number 1. Yesterday, we moved the point series a little bit. Let's see what he does here today. But watch the starting line. Both cars going to pull those front wheels. And Alexander got through X time in 006 to an 074. And Mike Alexander crosses the quarter mile first, 10:11. Plum Crazy through, 10:52. Super Pro, third call to stage and lanes. Third call for Super Pro, stage and lanes. Our next pair, Brandon Bennett out of White City with the Mustang getting the time slip with Anita Henry out of Dundurn. Anita would like to thank OK Tire, Henry's Motorsports, and of course Glenn. And once again, guys, keep an eye on your emails. We need some work done before the feature race in August. She's going to get a hold of you. Want to finish the grandstands in the beer gardens? Well, red eyes for both vehicles. Anita Henry in 003 red eyes, 039 for Bennett. Brandon Bennett got through the quarter mile, 9:14, 10:75 for Anita Henry. And next pair of racers, both from Regina, Dale Weiss, Oldsmobile enthusiast, absolutely running an Olds engine with the 442 W30. Old school racing, up with Ken Daly with the white dart. And we know Daly, they're both going to pull the wheels. Well, red eye for Daly. Dale Weiss, an 047 reaction time. Daly will reach the quarter mile first with the red eye. He gets through at a 10:21, 10:36 for Dale Weiss. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro. All right, just going to take a look at the track, make sure everything's all right. And we will continue with the second time trial right now. Super Pro, you guys should be in staging. Super Pro, you should be in staging. Well, once again, we got to thank Trevor and Cora Lee. That's right, Lady Luck Automotive 6th Annual Hot Rod Hayride. They held it last a couple weeks ago, I think it was. And they raised some money, and they raised money for SIR. We thank you guys for that. So once again, Trevor and Cora Lee with Lady Luck Automotive. Thank you guys. We appreciate that. Donating 50-50 and some raffles. Over $600 they donated to SIR for us. All right, just looking for a part that came off some of these race cars. Just want to make sure it is safe to go. So we're just going to take a look at the track, and as soon as we are cleared to go, we'll resume our second round of time trials here. Once again, good time to make them down to Hector's Grub Hub. I don't think it's too early for ice cream, is it? Never too early for ice cream, yeah. Ice cream, you scream, the police come, it doesn't look too good. So why don't you just get your ice cream from Hector's Hub Grub, right? There we go. And hey, they added pizza, a couple gluten-free items to their menu. So once again, Brad and April Ends running our concession. That's right, Hector's Grub Hub. I didn't see Raiden this morning. I have to tease him. Haven't seen him for a while. All right, still haven't heard word yet. As soon as we're clear to go, we're going to get running here once again. We're on our second time trial. And we are into the OK Tires Super Pro class coming up. Oh, no, we got a couple under the tower. We still got to conclude with a couple pros under the tower. Well, that's right. You guys got the right idea. When you see a beautiful car, that Model A with the rumble seat, I love it. That is cool. All right, the crew making their way back. Waiting a word, and as soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know. All right, fired up once again. Let the guys warm up the tires, and we're back at the second time trial here. First call for testers 1 and 2. First call for testers 1 and 2. All right, I believe this will conclude our second round time trials in the Queen City Performance Pro class. We still got a couple more. I'm blind. Under the tire. All right. Ryan Doherty, bad influence, getting the time slip with Johnson Atten out of Outlook. Doherty out of Saskatoon. And reaction times 044, 041, side by side. Looks like Doherty will cross the line first. He does, a 10:11, 10:57 for Johnson Atten. All right, our next pair, Tyson Daronowski out of Casa Rio. Getting the time slip with Mason, the Mongoose Boschman. That's right. Well, that's what they did when junior dragsters, right? Mason with Tyson. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2, licensing. You guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up when you're ready. Tyson got direct time at 019 to an 057, but Mason Boastman crosses the line first. Trans Am through to 990, 1092 for Tyson Daranoski. Mopar with Mopar out of Emerald Park, 71 Duster Mark Bennett. Getting the time slip with Dave Keister. Keister out of Saskatoon, Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Hardcore Performance, and Garage Inc., his sponsors. Mark Bennett, 034, reacts time through to 928, 1051 for Dave Keister. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, I believe now we concluded the second round time trials. Queen City Performance Pro. It is Braden Haru out of Saskatoon. He went through the rounds yesterday. Well, Braden's on his game in 008 reaction time through the quarter mile. 9:48, 144 miles an hour. And Jamie Fiesel of the burnout box. Fiesel getting the time slip with Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Staging lanes are open. Well, oh boy, Kim Bernard, can you believe it? 1/10,000th of a second red light, almost a perfect light. 010 for Jamie Fiesel. Fiesel through 854, 892, the number for Kim Bernard. And Richard Skopik heating up the rear wheels. And he is on the starting line. Richard and Joan Skopik out of Saskatoon, Provincial Vodka, Sewer, Poland Mechanical. Getting the time slip with Jack Appleby. That's right, first generation Appleby out of Emerald Park, 72 Dart. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Good reaction times, 025 for Jack Appleby, 035 for Richard Skopik. Dragster through 8:13, 9:30 for Jack Appleby. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2 are open. All right, Barry Stetner, BBJ 5-star Camaro with Jason Howdle, Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Well, Barney with the red eye, Barry Stetner in 039, side by side. That is a muscle car match right there. And it is Stetner with the Camaro squeezing a 10:27, 10:30 for Barney, the Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta. All right, Bob Fiesel out of the Burnout Bucks. And that is Matt Dixon out of the Burnout Box out of Regina, the Mercury Comet 67. So we got a door slammer and a dragster getting time slips. Bob Fiesel, good reaction time in 006, 076 for Matt Dixon. And it is the dragster. Bob Fiesel through to 889. Matt Dixon's time in 987. All right, Taryn McBain on the line with the Sunbeam Alpine. She is switched cars this year. She's getting the time slip with Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, 97 Cavalier. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Wayne McKinnon with the red eye, 005 red eye, 050 reaction time for Taryn McBain. McBain through to 940, 928 for Wayne McKinnon. And there's Dad, Travis McBain with the dragster. And the door slammer, that's right, Scott Yaremko with the Pontiac Acadian. And this one's going to be a fast round. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Yaremko got 3x time this round, an 0.25 to an 0.38 for McBain. But McBain crosses the line. How about a 780, 171 miles an hour? 824, Scott Yaremko, 165 miles an hour. Sportsman 5 and 6, Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, we got Door Slammer with Dragster. Taylor Fiesel, junior dragster, now running his own in the dragster. Getting the time slip with Kelly Morrison with the farm truck, 1970 El Camino. That truck's got a lot of history here at SIR. Well, Taylor Ball, double red eyes. Taylor Fiesel, 078 red eye, 036 for Kelly Morrison. Dragster through at 805, 951 for Kelly Morrison. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman to 5 and 6. Our next pair, we got Smiling Leroy Schmidt with the Buick Regal in the Tiger Automobile Lane. Get the type slip with Rick Diggies out of Saskatoon. Yes, the Nova is still for sale. Well, DeGeese got the reaction time in 0.48 to a 2.12 for Leroy. DeGeese crossed the line first, 8.90 for the Nova, 9.39 for the Buick Regal. And Richie Harder heating up the rear tires on that rear engine dragster. Rich Harder getting the time slip with Graham Broadfoot out of Watrous. Chevy 262 Nova. And that car is for sale. Talk to Graham Broadfoot if you're interested. Well, Rich Harder got the rack's time at 0.14, 6.07 for Graham. Top band dragster through 766, 174 miles an hour. And Graham Broadfoot having some issues. He's strolling at the top bend. All right, Rick Brown out of the burnout box. Rick Brown, sponsored by the Stripe Shop Agri-Tactics Agronomy. Getting the time slip with Eddie Desjardins out of Pilot Butte, the yellow Malibu. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Well, Rick Brown got through X time in 028. Corvette through the top end. How about a 769? 177 miles an hour. Ed Desjardins 034 reacts time through 1044, 129 miles an hour. All right, Fred Schwab out of Dundurn with the 75 AMC Hornet, RWH Motorsports sponsored. Well, red eye, but Fred Schwab will get the quarter mile slip. Top end, he's through. Runs a 10:58, 125 miles an hour. All right, Russ Flamin out of Regina with the single pass. Oh boy, Russ got out of the groove right away and says, you know what? We're going to save it for the next round. But yeah, he got off the groove real quick on that one. All right, Barbara Stetner with the single pass. All right, Barbara Stetner through the quarter mile, 14:41 at 91 miles an hour. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Oh, what a run with the altar there. Good job keeping her straight. I think that's Riley McClellan. All right, Nikki McClellan. No, that's not Nikki. I believe that's Riley behind the seat. Yeah, Nikki's guiding him. That's right. Top Cat Tattoo, JJ's Express Wash, Deb Murdoch Mortgage Brokers, and Lady Luck Automotive. Once again, we got to thank Lady Luck, Trevor Effelt, and Cora Lee. Oh boy, Riley all over the map on that one. But he's going to get down the track sooner or later, right? Got to get the monkey off his back. Not a bad run, actually, all over the quarter mile, 9:26, 113 miles an hour. So first pass for Riley McClellan. All right, we're moving into the Performance Plus. Sportsman class. And nice Chevelle in the parking lot. I think, what, a 66? Can't see the taillights. Maybe 67? All right, Chad Novak out of Kenora with the Mustang convertible. First call for Junior Street. Junior Street legal. That's right, co-pilot class. First call. So Chad Novak going up against Sarah Stinson. And your crazy sister-in-law would like to wish you a happy birthday, even though it's not for another week or so. July 29th, next week. Okay, well, we're not racing, then I didn't have to announce it, right? Less to talk about. Nah, I'm kidding. Chad Novak through to 14:58. Sarah Stinson a little quicker, 14:24 through the quarter mile. All right, Owen DeJarle out of Regina with the Vega Pro Reefer Mobile Truck. Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brother Performances sponsors. Getting the time slip with Nanda Jasic Flamin out of Regina. Reaction time goes to Madden Jasic Flamin in 046, 063 for Owen DeJarle. And looks like the Vega's going to get there first. No, Madden Jasic Flamin, 1176 on the Pontiac, 1206 on the Vega. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Evan Stephenson on the line first with the Super Coupe. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Moose Jaw. Chuck Ackister with the D100 truck. Evan Stephenson got the reaction time of 1:34 with the Super Coupe, 2:21 for the truck. And the top band, the truck gets there first. Chuck Ackister through at a 12:75, 12:85, the number for Evan Stephenson. Once again, Junior Street Legal co-pilot class with EJ and staging. All right, Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 74 Duster. Getting the time slip with Chase Strand out of Bouillet, Saskatchewan. Bouillet, yeah! Well, Chris Neil Langdon got through X time in 01.8 to a 1:03 for Chase Strand. Chase Strand mid-track pulling away with the Mustang. Oh no, Chris Langdon got through first, 11:77, 11:69 for Chase Strand. All right, Darren Simcoe going through the rounds yesterday. He won the 50-50 yesterday. If you're wondering, it did get claimed. Darren Reed Automotive, his sponsors, like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. Getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon. Well, Garrett Gerwing got through extra time in 083 to a 131, but Darren Simcoe mid-track pulling away, and the Nova will cross the line first. Through the quarter mile, 12:38 for our friend Darren, 13:21 for Garrett Gerwing. All right, first call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. First call, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Street Legal 5 and 6. First call. All right, that's Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel Blazer. Getting the time slip with Sean Arnstad out of Macklin with the Hyundai. Well, I like the tow vehicle. I love the race vehicle. There we go. Riley McClellan. I would say you experienced the full quarter mile on that one. Good job, buddy. Well, top end, Sean Arnstad got through with the Hyundai at 1376. 1387, the number with Jay Steele's Blazer. Street Legal 5 and 6. Second call, Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Well, it was nice to see the Escas family out of PA all gathered here today for family reunion this weekend. That's right, Brett Escas Jr. behind the satellite. Been a few years since he's raced. And I think Brett and Sarah Beth, I think they raced one year, didn't they? Oh, sorry, guys, I'm starting it again. Either way, Brett Escas getting the time slip with Stephen Roscoe out of Cupar, Saskatchewan. And it looks like Stephen had some issues. Brett Escas out the gates. Gets through at 12:07. Once again, Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon with the truck, getting the time slip with Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn. Well, she doesn't do that very often. Red eye for Chantel Hendry. Eric Humphreys got the 126 reaction time. Looks like the truck will reach the top end first. And no, it is. No, it was Eric Humphreys. There we go. 1286, 1272 for Chantel Hendry. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Well, we got a cheering section going on here. I like that. There we go. You'll get it figured out for the next round, right? All right, family racing once again, and I'll tell you, a whole mixed family, right? Nikita Blanchard in the white Dodge truck. That's right, Linda Sabiston, co-pilot on that one. And Kaiden Farr in Saskatoon with the burgundy Ram. That's Kurt Jackson. Well, Kurt Jackson and Linda Sabiston raced for a number of years. And it's a red eye for Nikita. Kaiden 0.99 reaction time, top of the 8th mile. Kaiden through at 10:38, 10:40 for Nikita. Junior Dragster, we need you in 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Our next pair of young racers, Sullivan Grop out of Dundurn with the Square Box C10 truck. That's right, Shane helping him out. And I think it's Steve Boyle helping out Marty Breeze. And Marty sponsored by Aurora Chiropractic. Well, Marty Breeze got the reaction time on this round, 0.48 to a 1.04 for Sully. And Marty Breeze crossed 8th mile first, a 9:39, 9:43 is the number for Sullivan. All right, some of the junior dragsters. Once again, junior dragster, we need you in staging. Junior dragster in staging. And I know Lucas has got a lot of fun here. He's going to run and he's going to come back, right? Boy, oh boy. He loves racing. I love this guy. All right, looks like it'll be a single pass for our friend Jensen Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan. Oh, Jensen, you got to teach Dad some reaction times here. Boy, oh boy, 0.06. You rock it, my friend. Jensen through 1285, 56 miles an hour. What a reaction time. Almost a perfect light. 0.06. 6/1000ths of a second out. And I believe we got a licensing round here for Junior Street Legal coming up. Out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan, Lucas Guyman. And yes, we know that name. He's running a junior dragster as well. Dad Al, it doesn't look like he's running his Plymouth here as their challenger today. But you know what? He's got enough things going on as it is, right? All right, Lucas with the diesel down the 8th mile, 270 reaction time. He gets through the 8th at 10:35 at 70 miles an hour. All right, so all our junior dragsters are there. We're just going to wait for Lucas. And we got the Ford Mustang getting the time slip with the Corvette. Chad Novak out of Kenora. Boy, that's a tow. Thank you, Chad, for driving out here. Chad's with Walter Fruit Loop Furnets. New York is big, but Walter Furnets is from bigger Saskatchewan. Well, Chad Novak with the big head start there. Walter Fournette's just going to cruise down the track. 1469 for our friend with the Mustang. And Walter, well, we're not going to mention the number. We'll wait for the next round. All right, we just got to back them up and restage them here. Get the correct information in the computer. Okay, final call for Street Legal, final call for Street Legal, and final call for Junior Dragster. All right, that's better. Braden Bentley out of Warman with the Trans Am, 060 reaction time. And Taylor Jasic with the Camaro, 063 reaction time. 1383, 1492. Well, good to see Taylor Jasic back here. And the Battle of Stinson's once again. Sarah in the Challenger, Austin in the Wrangler. Well, red eye for Sarah. Austin would have taken the round in eliminations, but it is time trials. And yes, happy birthday from your crazy sister-in-law. Still got a week. July 29th. 2 days. Is it 2 days only? I got to get a different calendar. All right, Sarah Stinson with the red eye gets through 1435. Austin Stinson, 3:30 reaction time, gets through to 16:19. And the race of the big trucks. I like this. The race of Southeast Saskatchewan. We've got the big 4x4 truck, Sean Isaac with Nathaniel Gross. Well, Sean Isaac with the red eye. Look at that, Nathaniel. Boy, oh boy. What a reaction time. 0017. Good job, my friend. Nathaniel through the top end. 1521. 1757 for Sean Isaac. Well, this young lady is driving. Yes, she told me this morning. 3 Friday nights. That's right, Street Legals. Carrie Reap with the 2014 Mustang. She's having fun out at SIR this year. She's getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, the Super Coupe. Well, Kerry with the dreaded red eye, but that's all right. It's just a time trial. Evan Stephenson on 096 reaction time through the quarter mile. 12:22, Kerry Reap. 15:18. All right, this young lady doing a great job. Marcy Jajarle, she went through the rounds yesterday. She's getting the time slip with Sean Arnstad. But I got to say, wow. Well, Marcy, almost a perfect line of red eye. 0-0-1-3, but you get through the quarter mile at 17:59. Sean Arnstad a 1:36. Reaction time got through to 13:70. All right, Scott Lalonde with the Audi back up for another round for a time trial. Getting the time slip with Core Rock Construction. That's Dave Leverton out of Martinsville with the Dodge Ram. Well, red eye for Dave Leverton. Scott Lalonde, a 1:56 reaction time. And the Audi looks like mid-track, pulling away on the truck. Oh, Dave's back at her. Scott Lalonde will cross the line first, 13:31, 14:32 for Dave Leverton. Matt Henry on the line first with the Dodge D150. Getting the time slip with Shane Gropp. That's right, Dad's time to have some fun here, Sully. Well, Matt Henry got the reaction time in 0.55. 1:58 for Shane Gropp, but Shane will get to the quarter mile first. Shane gets through, runs a 13:90. Matt Henry's time 18:28. Third time trial, let's go pro. 5 and 6, let's go. We're going to touch up the track. But third time trial pro, 5 and 6, let's go. All right, so we just got our junior dragsters to run, and then we conclude our second round of time trials. Once again, pro 5 and 6, third time trial. Let's go. All right, the Jasic Flamin family. Yep, that's right. Thomas is in the VP Fuel lane. That is Russ helping him. Amanda Jasic Flamin helping Leah in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, Thomas got the reaction time this round in 069 to an 023. Oh no, Leah got it. 023, there we go. And Leah got to the top eighth mile first. It is at 1191, 51 miles an hour, 1200, 52 miles an hour for Thomas Jasic. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. Boy, he's jumping from vehicle to vehicle. He's getting licensed to do Junior Street as well. He's getting the time slip with Victoria Desjardins. That's right. She calls her dragster Zoe. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course she wants to thank Papa for helping out. That's right, Papa Ed Desjardins. Well, Lucas Guyman is going to go down the core 8th mile first, 8:32, 76 miles an hour, 058 reaction time. Victoria, a little better reaction time, an 046, got through to 14:11 at 44 miles an hour. And we are just going to touch up the track one more time. We're going to get ready for our third time trial. So once again, Pro, let's go, Pro. Well, right now, get up, move around, take a look in the pits. Lots of interesting vehicles out there. Race vehicles and tow vehicles, right? Make your way around. Make sure you stop at Hector's Grub Hub. That's right. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. And if that you don't need, hey, we got the souvenir shop open up. That's right. Brenda's going to be open until about 2 o'clock here today, 2:30. So make your way down the souvenir shop. Once again, thank you for helping us with the 50-50 yesterday, Brenda. We didn't do a 50-50 today, and thank you to Darren. He took the money home yesterday. Congratulations, Darren. So it was claimed. And as well, we got a lane right now. That's right, the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens featuring Great Western product. Mentioned earlier, if you got receipts from Great West, if you can forward them, either email or text SDRA, or you can give the receipt right to Elaine or whoever is working the beer gardens. And what happens is we get more sponsorship dollars for that with SIR through Great West. So thank you so much for helping us out with that. And right now they're making their way down. Let's put your hands together. Some young drag racers making their way here at SIR. Very young. I'll tell you, very courageous. I don't know if I want to be that young and going down the track with all those people looking at me, right? They're handling it pretty good. So that is Leia and Thomas Jacek Flamin out of Regina. Do I get a wave too, Thomas? I like that. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Leia. All right, the track is almost prepped. So pro, yes, a few more cars. Let's get those staging lanes all full up here, ready to go for the third time trial. Queen City Performance Pro class. All right, let's hear it for Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. And boy, oh boy, jumping from vehicle to vehicle. He's a busy racer. Good job, Lucas. And yes, not the last, not the final, but hey, we've got Victoria with Zoe coming down the return road. So let's put our hands together for this young lady. Good job, Victoria. All right, looks like the stage and lanes are loaded and ready to go. Third time trial in pro. Once again, what are the time trials? They're qualifying rounds. Who's ever got the best reaction time? That is who reacts with the Christmas tree. Gets lane preference, maybe the buy run. So you get a few benefits if you qualify in the high, right, ranking. All right, you see the white mist coming out of the hood of the Mustang. That is the nitrous system being purged. That's right, he's got the bottle with the throttle. Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan. And that is Glenn Sally. That's right, he ran propane-powered race cars here at SIR a number of years ago. So good to see Granddad out back here, crew chiefing Chase Strand. Frank Mahozoff out of the Cam Busters out of Yorkton as well. Smoking Guns Racing Team here. Well, this round, Frank got through extra time in 0.25, 0.73 for Chase. Chase Strand got to the top end first, 11.62. 12.01 is the time for Frank Mahozoff. All right, we have our next pair. Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta with the Acadian. All right, and it is Mike Alexander out of Regina. Watch the starting line. Mike likes to pull those front wheels, ride the back wheels. He's out of Regina with the Belvedere, Lloydminster with the Acadian. What a launch! And Mike Alexander going into the weekend was number one in Pro 044 reaction time through 10.12. Rob Phillips, a 2:27 reaction time, got there a little quicker, 9:84. And our next pair on the line, Perry Fletcher out of White City, 64 Belvedere. Another Belvedere likes to pull the front wheels. Perry getting the time slip with Tyson Daranoski. Tyson would like to thank RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course the supportive wife, Kaylee. We'd like to thank Kaylee too. That's right, they were involved with our first quarter-mile Dragon Drive. Thank you guys for doing that. Look at that, Tyson, 0.03 reaction time, 0.22 for Fletcher. And top end, it is Perry Fletcher, 10:27 through the quarter mile. And our next pair on the starting line, Camden Fiesel, junior dragster. Boy, oh boy, now really holds his own in pro. 79 Nova, sponsored by Vote Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Getting the time slip with the Pink Panther Cuda. That's Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Carica Downhole Services is sponsor. Well, Camden Fiesel got the reaction time in 0.78 to a 1:26. But it will be Scribner at the top end, 983, 134 miles an hour. 10:39 the time for Camden Fiesel, 129 miles an hour. Well, I'm so glad he is back, and I think he's happy to be back. He definitely wants to thank a lot of people. Alan, Doug, Russ, Larry, Chad, Dave, Carrie, Jeff, Riley, and Nikki. Lou Fontaine, sponsored by At the Basket Catering, Preferred Collision Glass, Zell Countertop, Shield Coatings, YXC Auto Parts, and Lady Luck Automotive. Getting the time slip with Jake Fiesel. Fiesel got the red eye on this run. And Luke Fontaine, a 189 reaction time through the quarter mile. Gets to a 975, 140 miles an hour. Second generation McIntosh Racing, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. K. McIntosh & Sons, RWH Motorsports as sponsors. Getting the time slip with our friend out of Regina, Brian Hicks. Yes, he's run the 69 Chevelle at SIR for a number of decades here. Well, Hicks got the reaction time in 0.66 to a 1:04 for McIntosh. Mid-track, McIntosh pulls away 9.73 through the quarter mile. 11.15 the number for Brian Hicks. All right, our next pair, Slayer 2. What a beautiful Chevy 2. Sean and Cheryl Lacham out of Pilot Butte. That's right. They own Impressions and Thread, and they supply our souvenir shop with our stuff. So thank you guys for our swag. Sean Lacham having some fun at the track here, getting the time slip with Walter Frunette with the supercharged Corvette. Well, double red lights. But they're going to get the time slip for the quarter mile. And Lacham reaches the top end first. 9:39, 10:92 the number for Walter Fournette. Mopar with Mopar, Andrew L. out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan, Southern Saskatchewan, the Dodge D100. Take a look at that truck in the pits. Lots of details. The truck bed, when he takes off that cover, lots of work on that. And Andrew L. wants a starting line. He loves to pull those front wheels on that truck. Getting the time slip with Anita Hendry, sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. Thank you, Glenn. Yes, thank you, Glenn. Well, red eye for Anita Hendry, an 0.42 reaction time for Andrew L. Mid-track, the truck pulling away. Andrew L. will cross the line first. 9.74, 10.75 for Anita Hendry. Well, Plum Crazy on the line. Glenn Hendry in the VP Fuel lane. Getting the time slip with this beautiful young lady, Heather Bennett out of White City in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, reaction time went to Heather Bennett, 0.11, but Glenn Hendry will cross the line first. Plum Crazy through, 10.48. Heather Bennett's time, 11.07. Looks like we're shut down for the moment. All right, looks like we're going to check out this lane just to make sure everything's safe. All right, just checking out the track. Make sure it is safe to go. We will resume as soon as we can. Well pulled pork is the special again today at the concession. Talking to April. So right now, good time. Make yourself way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat. Grab something to drink. They've got ice cream. They got pizza. They've added gluten-free items to the menu. They've done a lot of things here. So come on down. And you know what? If you got a family function coming up and you need catering, these guys do have mobile catering. You may want to chat with them. Maybe they can accommodate you. But either way, they are all over Warman and Martinsville as well as Saskatoon sporting events. And here at SIR, so we welcome back the Enns family with our concession, Hector's Grub Hub. While we're still looking on the lanes just to make sure everything is good, as soon as we got the go-ahead, we'll let you know. Well, Racers members, yes, check your emails. We were talking to Anita Henry. We still got a little bit more work to get prepped for our August feature. Got tons of grass to cut. We want to finish the grandstand, so keep an eye out on your email. There will be work days out here, and hey, if you can help us out, we'd greatly appreciate it. We didn't get where we came from without all our volunteers. I got to say so much thanks to everyone helping us out. All right, fired up once again. All right, the mullet shaker. All right, Mason Boschman getting the time slip with Kimmy G. That's right, Outcast Racing. Well, Mason has the red eye. 013 reacts time for Kim Guller. Kimmy is on her game here. Mason will cross the quarter mile first to 9:92. Kim Guller's time, 11:10 with an 013 reaction time. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. All right, Sean Isaac. Good to see the Isaac family out of southern Saskatchewan this year. Yeah, we seen him earlier. He brought out the Pontiac. Hey, southern Saskatchewan, they're Mopar country, right? No, they're car guys. So Sean Isaac, beautiful ride. That Firebird, awesome car. So Sean getting his time slip with Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. Dave with the red eye. 1:20 reaction time. Sean Isaac will cross the quarter mile. Pontiac gets through to 9:09, 148 miles an hour. Dave Kerr's time at 12:38, 110 miles an hour. Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Super Pro. All right, Martin and Laureen Marchuk out of Regina. ABS Competition and Bennett Auto Repair, his sponsors. Getting the time slip is Braden Haru out of Saskatoon. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Like to thank Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko. And Braden went through the rounds yesterday. Well, Martin Marchuk got the reaction time in 029 to an 039, but Haru will get to the top end first. The Cutlass through to 949, 1035, the number on the Mustang. All right, good to see Dave Kastner behind the wheel. That's right, racing again. Dave sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body Garage Inc. Getting the time slip with Brandon Bennett out of White City, 84 Mustang. Well, Dave Kaster got through extra time in 0-1-4, but Brandon Bennett, like a bullet out the gates, gets to the quarter mile, 9:16, 10:59 for Dave Kaster. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, Super Pro. All right, we got the Mustang out of Weyburn. Marcel behind the wheel, getting the time slip with Ryan Appleby. Second generation Appleby racing out of Regina. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett Auto, and ABS Competition is sponsors. What a wheel stand by Appleby, pulling those front wheels, and he is down the quarter mile. And he's through 980, 10:58 for Marcel. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan, Dale Weiss out of Regina, the old stuff, 1974 4-2. Old school racing, absolutely. Getting the time slip with Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. And Mark Bennett has raced out here at SIR for a number of decades. And Bennett got through extra time on this round, an 0.59 to an 0.98. Side by side, Bennett pulling away a 9.27 in the quarter mile. 10.36 for Dale Weiss. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Ken Daly on the line first, the 71 Dart. Yes, watch the starting line. These guys are both going to pull the wheels. Ken Daly with the white Dart in the VP Fuel lane. And the Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty in the Tiger Automotive lane. Wow, Daly almost a perfect light, 0-0-1-1. But what a run for Daly at 10:21 through the quarter mile. Doherty a 1:55 reaction time, stops the clocks at a 10:15. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, let's go. And it looks like Johnson Atten will have a single pass to conclude our Queen City Performance third round of time trials. And Johnson Atten down the track at 0.55 reaction time. And Johnson will get through the quarter mile at 10:55, 127 miles an hour. All right, final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. right, Jamie Fiesel warming up the rear tires. And Kim Bernard out of the burnout box. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, Schulte Industries, and Stein Electric. That is their sponsors. Getting the time slip of Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections and Vote Auto out of Regina, his sponsors. Well, Kim Bernard, 014, reacts time 035 for Jamie Fiesel. The Bantam Ultra is through first. Jamie Fiesel's time at 8:55, 8:90 for the Door Slammer Camaro. Well, we got Dragster with Dragster. Richard Skopik back on the starting line first on the Tiger Automotive lane. Richard and Joan out of Saskatoon. Provincial Vodka, Seward Pulling Mechanical, their sponsors. Get the time slip, Taylor Fiesel, and he's a junior dragster driver. Boy, oh boy, he's holding his own in this dragster. Sponsored by Vote Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Well, Richard Skopik is on his game. He got the reaction time in 026 to a 108. And it is Skopik at the quarter mile, 8:13. How about a 8:11 for Taylor Fiesel? Testers 1 and 2. Testers, staging lane 1 and 2. And we can't wait to run that truck. We're getting there. All right, a couple of classic muscle cars here. You don't see a lot of El Caminos anymore. Kelly Morrison calling it the farm truck. Yeah, back in the 70s, you got a F on the plate. He's got it on the El Camino. That truck has got a lot of history here. Kelly Morrison getting the time slip. That is his wife. Gonna videotape on the starting line. Kelly with Jason Howdle. That's right, Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Like to thank his wife, kids, SIR staff, and the Lord above. We do as well. Unfortunately, Jason with the red eye. Boy, oh boy, 0009 red eye. So Kelly Morrison, a 132 reaction time, gets to the top end. Runs a 10:45 on 137 miles an hour. Second call, Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair. This young lady holds her own. She came from the junior dragster class as well a number of years ago. And she holds her own. Taryn McBain out of Saskatoon. She's running the 61 Alpine Sunbeam this year. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, their sponsors. Getting the time slip with first generation Appleby, Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. Reaction time goes to Appleby in 011 to an 087, side by side. It is Appleby with the dart, 928, 940 for the Sunbeam Alpine. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, third call, staging lanes 1 and 2. And Dragster with Dragster once again. Travis McBain coming out of the burn-off box first. He's running the Diamond rear engine Dragster. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. He's getting the time slip with, hey, Richie Harder going through the rounds yesterday with the RWH Motorsports Dragster. He's as well sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Well, red eye for Richie Harder. He doesn't do that very often. How about an 0021 red eye? McBain on his game, an 017 reaction time through the quarter mile at 780. Harder got there a little quicker with the red light at 765. Testers, stage lane 1 and 2. Third call for testers, 1 and 2. Or was it fourth call? I don't know. All right, our next pair out of southern Saskatchewan on the line first. Pasqua Lake, Bob Fiesel. That is Jake Fiesel. Going to watch Dad go down the track. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency. His sponsors getting the time slip. Hey, Matt Dixon, met him earlier this year. Loved the Mercury Comet. Never seen one before. 67. Not a lot to it, folks. I get a little excited when I see a car I've never seen before, so I'm a bit of a car diehard gearhead, so that Comet is a nice car. Bill Causey had his fingers in it. Well, Bob Fiesel with the red eye, didn't miss it by much, an 002 red eye. How about Matt Dixon, 006? Fiesel with the red eye will reach the quarter mile first, 887, 146 miles an hour. Matt Dixon, 995, 144 miles an hour. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, Fred Schwab getting the time slip with the 75 Hornet. That's right, AMC, sponsored by RWH Motorsports. And I can't believe this car has not been sold yet. Rick DeGee, 68 Nova, lots of history and a proven winner. So, guys, what are you doing? You want to get into Super Pro? Go talk to Rick. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, Fred Schwab got through action time, an 010 to an 020, but it will be DeGeese. Rick's Nova threw it at 887, 152 miles an hour. 1055, 126 miles an hour for Fred Schwab. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon, the Buick Regal. Got to thank Leroy. He does a lot for us for street legals and stuff. PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors. Going up against the Neighbors Mechanical Cavalier. That's right, Wayne McKinnon out of Regina. Also sponsored by BJ 5-Star, Link Trailers, Stripe Shop, and Surrey Valley Industries. Well, red eye for Smiling Leroy, 003. Wayne McKinnon, good reaction time. McKinnon threw it at 927, 923 for Leroy Schmidt with the red eye. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, we're getting there, folks. Pulled pork is the special today at Hector's Grub Hub. Pulled pork sandwiches, that's right. And it is lunchtime. All right, our next pair on the line, Eddie Desjardins out of Pilot Butte, Yellow Malibu, Deck Brothers, Dyna Crane, Link Trailers, Meterman, and Pro Reefer Services. Up with Scotty Urepko to get the time slip. That's right, Glenn Urepko's Pontiac Acadian. Scotty, sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, Studio One, BBJ 5-Star, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. Well, Scott Yaremko, how about a perfect light? 0004 through the top end at 823, 165 miles an hour. Eddie Desjardins, not a bad reaction time. An 059 got through to 1043 at 128 miles an hour. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Well, Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. Oh boy, what a beautiful 2003 vet. He's sponsored by the Stripe Shop, Agri-Tactics Agronomy. And they had their granddaughter Sarah here a couple weeks ago. We're mentioning her. She was part of the crew that weekend. Maybe she's here today. We never know. And straight as an arrow down the track. What a reaction time. An 015 through the quarter mile. I'd say, Rick Brown, you are on the way again. 769, 177 miles per hour. And that's our friend Rich Bedford taking some pictures. Folks, if you're on Facebook, check out Rich Bedford Photography. The guy is all over the province. He is a gearhead way back. He used to race here at SIR. He's got a lot of history with us, but he covers a lot of different things. So you know what? Check out Rich Bedford Photography on Facebook. And thank you for promoting our track here, Rich. All right, sounds like Riley McClellan fired up once again. All right, nice straight pass there, warming up those rear tires. Out of Aberdeen, Saskatchewan, Riley McClellan. And that is Nikki making her way to the top end. That's right. You're wondering what they're doing. They're going to guide this car right back on the hot tracks. He just laid on that starting line. Hot rubber on the traction compound is the best condition for the best traction, right? That's what they're trying to do. Junior Street 3 and 4. First call, co-pilot class. Junior Street 3 and 4. And once again, we definitely got to thank Lady Luck Automotive. Yes, he's got his fingers in here. Trevor and Cora Lee, they held their 6th annual Hot Rod Hayride. They've raised over $600, donating it to SIR. So Trevor, Cora Lee, Lady Luck Automotive, thank you guys. You guys are part of them. Riley and Nikki McClellan. Wow, 355 reaction. How about a 748? 178 miles an hour. I got to say, that is one of the fastest passes here today, a 7:48, 178 miles an hour. And that is a new ride for Riley. He definitely did a good job driving her. He had to drive that one. He was kind of bouncing down the way. So we're just going to go down the track and make sure everything is okay. All right, Junior Street, co-pilot class, Junior Street, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, just checking out the top end of the track. We'll get into the time trial here shortly. All right, the Flying Flamin making his way under the tower. Russ Flamin out of Regina. All right, Russ Flamin warming up the rear wheels. He's out of Regina. And yes, he ran a blue Chevelle for a number of years. He says, Mike, time to retire it. And what a wise choice. He's really come a long way with his GTO. He's got the monkeys off his back. We're not going to talk about what he's trying to do here, folks. He's still testing and tuning. But that is one fast door slammer. And when I say door slammer, so it's predominantly a steel body. Yeah, fiberglass panels. But man, oh man, what a setup there. And you hear him raising the RPMs, getting those turbos going. And Russ keeping her straight. Yeah, he says we're going to back out. You know he was trying, but nah, he's all over the map. He got out of the groove. And a very smart racer. How about a 738? Yeah, he took off the throttle, right? But folks, he has hit the high sixes and he has broke 200 miles per hour. That's what he's trying to achieve again here today. All right, Barbara Stetner with the red Camaro out of Regina. That's right. Barb and Barry Stetner. Well, Barbara, red eye, but hey, you're still learning the game. Keep testing and tuning. Every round, you're going to get stronger. So Barbara making her way down the quarter mile. She gets through it at 1288, 105 miles an hour. All right, still waiting for Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. I think we're waiting for Sully. All right, Owen DeJarle getting the time slip with Amanda Jasic Flamin. That's right. Performance Plus. Sportsman class. Thank you, Brian. And locations in Regina as well. 049 for Amanda Jasic Flamin. Owen DeJarle 052 reaction time. Side by side. And top of the quarter mile, it is Amanda Jasic Flamin 1175. 12-18, the number for Owen DeJarle. All right, I still think we're missing one more junior co-pilot. I think it's Mr. Adams, isn't it? All right, back on the starting line. Good to see the Estes family out of Prince Albert having a mini family reunion here at SIR. They got the right idea. The Feasels do that every time we race. They have a family reunion here. We love it. So Brett Estes Jr., there's Brett Estes Sr. watching on the starting line. And Sarah Stinson all the way from Tempag, Gapura, Indonesia. No, she lived in Saskatchewan. Corey and her, that family reunion here at the track as well, the Stinson clan. Top end, Brett Estes through at a 12:05, 14:37, the number for Sarah Stinson. Well, he's coming back on the return road, and I'll tell you what, Riley McClellan, what a ride. And good job steering that altered. So let's hear it for Riley McClellan. Awesome job, buddy. You steered that one down the whole quarter mile. All right, Chad Novak out of Kenora, Saskatchewan with the convertible Mustang getting the time slip with the Super Coupe Evan Stephenson out there. Evan making his home now in Saskatoon. Chad got the reaction time in 0.22 to an 0.73. But the Super Coupe of Evan Stephenson will cross the line first. He's through at a 12:19. Chad Novak's time, 14:57. I love this flat black truck out of Moose Jaw. Chuck Ackister, D100. That has got to be the meanest color out there, right? Chuck getting the time slip at Sean Arnstad out of Macklin. Wow, Sean got through extra time, a 104 to a 185 for Chuck. The truck looks like it's going to make the quarter mile first. Chuck Ackister out of Moose Jaw, 1280, 1375, the number for our friend out of Macklin, Sean Arnstad. All right, Chase Strand with the Mustang, up with the Charger, Garrett Gerwing. Gerwing with the red eye, 038 reaction time. Chas Strand with the Mustang gets through the quarter mile, 11:69, 13:20 the time for Garrett Gerwing. All right, our next pair to the line, Mopar, of course. It is the yellow duster, Chantel Hendry. And she holds her own. Okay, Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, she'd like to thank. Getting the time slip with the Superior Diesel Blazer. That's right, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon. Member of Outcast Racing, RWH Race Motorsports, and Mr. Transmission. Red eye for Jace. 043 reaction time. Hendry through 12:73, 13:89. The time for Jay Steele. First call for Street Legal. 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, Chris Langdon on the line first with the 74 Duster. Like to thank Mary. We'd like to thank Mary. He had a good day yesterday going through the round, so Chris is up against Darren Shimko. Well, not really up against, getting time slips right. Reed Automotive is sponsor, and like to thank the Boatman's Mullet Mafia. Well, Langdon got through action time of 116 to a 166. And mid-track, that Duster pulling away, 1180. Darren Shimko got through to 1329. Once again, Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. 1 and 2. Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, Stephen Roscoe out of Cupar. Running the Mustang, getting the time slip with Eric Humphreys with the D200. That's right, the camper special. But I think Eric was in there removing some weight, wasn't he? True drag racer, right, Eric? Well, double red lights. Eric Humphreys misses the perfect light by 19/10,000th of a second. A negative 0019, negative 075 for Steven. So the truck through to 1292. Mustang's time, 1425. All right, Street Legal, you guys are making it once again. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Well, you want to get involved with family racing, this is a great way of doing it. We call it the co-pilot class, Junior Street Legal. You need somebody with a vehicle, a guardian, right? Parent, maybe? And you got to be 13 years and older. You got to sign a bunch of papers, but I'll tell you, these guys are having fun. Kaiden, unfortunately, has the red eye on this one. Nikita, 135 reaction time, down the 8th. Nikita got through at a 10:02. Kaiden through at 10:39. Reese, you're late. Gee, I wonder if that's Sullivan Groff under the tower. Well, they bought these slicks and they had them for a while. And we're using them now, Mike, and we're going to really get them going, right? All right, Sullivan Groff with the Square Box 83 C10 truck. Getting the time slip by Marley Bree. She holds her own with the PA Taxi. That's right, the checkered past. So right now, Sully is in first spot going into the weekend, but yesterday might have changed the rankings. Oh boy, Sully with the red eye once again. Marley Breeze, no 4.2 reaction time. And Marley Breeze got through the 8th mile, 9:38, 9:37 for Sully with the red eye. Junior Dragsters, we need you in 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2, and Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Well, I'll tell you, the riders did it once again. We're 6 and 1. It was a bit of a nail biter. You never know, Edmonton coming around. But Cody Fajardo, boy, oh boy, he had a lot of sacks that night. Quarterback sacks. I think he got nailed about 6 or 7 times. I'm still a Cody fan. I want him to do well. Just not against the Rough Riders, right? And what about the Blue Jays? On fire since 1992. One of the best records. And boy, going into the season, Blue Jays didn't think they had a really good team. So whatever they've done, they've got her going. So congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays. All right, this young man is a very busy guy. He's getting his license right now in the Junior Street Legal. And why not? Getting lots of racing experience. This young man, Lucas Guyman out of Vicero, Saskatchewan. Dad Al helping him out. I'll tell you, great family activities. Great time to spend father and son, right? So good job, guys. Lucas is going to have to make the run, and then he's got to come back and get his junior dragster. But I'll tell you, he's taking a diesel truck down the 8th mile. And top end. He gets through at 10:31. Lucas, how about a 0.15 reaction time? You are a good drag racer, my friend. All right, our next pair, Sean Arnstand out of Macklin with the Hyundai. And Sean is getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. That's right, some of these guys are running different classes, Street Legal and Sportsman. All right, Junior Dragster as well. We got a few there. I'm going to wait for the other ones. We know they're coming. Junior Dragster, we need you in 1 and 2. Well, it's a red eye for Sean. 0.21 reacts time for Evan Stephenson. Evan's back on his game. Evan through the quarter mile, 12:13, 13:61 for Sean. All right, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Take a look. Make sure the information is correct. Racers and crews, you know what to do. Let us know. But the Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted on the tech booth. All right, convertible racing here. Braden Bentley with the convertible Trans Am. How about Chad Novak with the convertible Mustang? Well, Braden, how about a red eye? Too bad. Sorry, you'll get the quarter mile slip, though. He left a little too soon with the red light. Chad Novak, an 0.71 reaction time, gets through with the Mustang convertible, 14.75. 14.97 for the convertible Trans Am, Braden Bentley. Well, Taylor Jasic, boy, oh boy, another junior dragster race. We haven't talked about him for a little while. Had to look at this twice. 2010 Camaro. Good to see Taylor back here at SIR. Taylor getting the time slip with Austin Stinson out of Saskatoon. That's right. We've got the Stinson family reunion happening here this weekend. Good to see Corey and Sarah back all the way from Indonesia, spending time with their family here in Saskatchewan. Well, it is a red light for Taylor Jasic, a 1:52 reaction time for Austin Stinson. But the Camaro of Taylor Jaska will get to the quarter mile first, 1381 with the red eye, 1627 for Austin Stetner. All right, we know Lucas is going to pick up his junior dragster as well, but we're going to mention it anyways. One more junior dragster, and he knows what he's doing. Thank you, guys. Boy, oh boy, he's got a busy day here today, licensing junior street legal, then running junior dragster. True gearhead. I love it. So once again, the Pro and Super Ladder or Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Once again, take a look. Make sure they're correct. All right, good to see Scotty Lalonde back. He's not driving the big Ford truck. He's got the Audi out here. Wants to go down the track a little bit quicker, maybe. I don't know, maybe comfort. Scott Lalonde with Sarah Stinson. We were just talking about her. Bagapura, Indonesia. Just for the summer. She's coming back. All right, clean start at the line. No, it's not. It's a red eye for Lalonde. 108 reaction time for Stinson. But it'll be the Audi through at 13:29. Sarah Stinson's time, 14:39. All right, the Battle of Dodge Ram trucks once again. Well, Nathaniel, boy, oh boy, almost a perfect light. Well, 106 red eye, 187 for Sean Isaac. But Nathaniel Gross will cross the quarter mile first. These are big trucks for 15-second truck. 1586, not bad. Considering 3/4 ton, wow. And I like this matchup. 2014 Mustang, Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon. She's getting the time slip with Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan with the supercharged Corvette. Sportsman and Junior Street ladders have been posted, as well as Pro and Super Pro. So check the ladders, racers. Make sure the information's correct. All right, well, Walter Furnette's, what a reaction time in 009 through the quarter mile, 1094. Carrie Reap through a 1505, 103 reaction time. All right, our next pair, it is Marcy Desjardins out of Regina with the Colorado. Nina Crane, Pro Reefer, Meterman, and Link Trailer, her sponsors. Going up against Core Rock Construction, that's Dave Leverton out of Martinsville with the truck. All right, Dave Leverton got to the top end first with the truck of 14:23, 163 reaction time. Marcy Desjardins, good reaction time in 056 through 1764. All right, Sullivan, are you paying attention? Dad's on the line here. Fixed Income Garage, RM of Dundurn. That's right, Shane Gropp going to quarter mile up against Matt Henry with the truck. Well, red eye for Matt Henry. Shane Gropp at 3:52 reaction time through the quarter mile runs. 13:72, 98 miles an hour. All right, I think we're doing some preparations here. Now we're going to conclude our third round of time trials with our junior dragsters. All right, we're almost there. Once again, most of the ladders have been posted with the rest to come. Check out the information. Pro, Super Pro, we need you guys to get through there quicker. Make sure the information's correct. Some of the other ladders have been posted. After the runs with the junior dragsters, they will all be posted. All right, Thomas Jasic Flamin out of Regina. And going into the weekend, he was number 1. So let's see what happens. He's up against Zoe. That's right. That is the name of our junior dragster, Victoria Desjardins. And Victoria would like to thank Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course, Crown Papa. That's right, Eddie Desjardins, the crew chief. Well, it's a red eye. Victoria through the top end of the 8. She gets through a 14:20, 43 miles an hour. Thomas with the red eye got through to 12:01, 51 miles an hour. All right, I don't believe we're going to have a driver's meeting here, guys. So check the ladders, make sure everything's correct. I think we're going to have... The pro ladder may have to be updated. Just a caution here, guys. The pro ladder may have to be updated, but check the ladders. All right, Leah. Jasic Flamin out of Regina. There's Mom and Dad. All right, and a busy guy, Lucas Guyman out of Vicero, Saskatchewan. Man, oh man, he's getting his license for the junior street legal. The co-pilot class, he's doing the junior dragster. Very busy young man. Well, Lucas got the reacts time in 0.94 to a 3:24, top of the 8th. Looks like Lucas will get there first. He does an 8:42.75 miles an hour. Leia gets through to 12:17 at 50 miles an hour. So once again, I do believe the pro ladder has to get readjusted, folks, but do take a look at the ladder, see if the information is correct. All the other ladders, there will be a few more posted here shortly. But Pro, Super Pro, some of the other ladders have been posted. Please check the information. There will not be a driver's meeting, so we're going to get into it fairly quick. I believe we're going to take a bit of a break. Run, Sherry, run. You can do it. Thank you. Okay, just walk. You're fine. Oh, no. I jinxed you. Sorry. You got it. Good job, Sherry. So once again, the pro ladder is going to get readjusted, but still take a look. Make sure the information is correct. So if we got to readjust things, we'll do it once, right? Most of the ladders have been posted. The rest will be coming. Waiting for a bus, are you, Dale? Good to see the olds back. Very good. I love it. All right, these juniors are just sneaking by me. I do believe that was Victoria, was it? I wanted to make sure we gave her some credit. Good job, Victoria. And right now, this guy is busy. Lucas, we need a trampoline from you. You're going to jump from vehicle to vehicle. You're doing a good job, bud. That's right. Give him a hand. This guy is a drag racer at Gearhead. We love it. He's invited here anytime. And Dad, of course, has got to bring him, right? Good job, buddy. All right, and the Jacek Flamin family making their way. That's right, put your hands together. These young drag racers, I'll tell you, it takes a lot of kahunas to be out there, right? Watching everyone race. And these young kids, boy, oh boy, they survive. They move right up to the surface here. They're doing a good job. And the best thing about it, they're smiling. They're having fun doing it. That is the number one rule, right, guys? Good job, young lady, young man. Good job. Well, we should thank these guys too. Our top end guys never get enough credit. Good job, guys. Thank you, Eric, Chris. Thank you. All right, yeah, I think they're still working on something here, but Pro Ladder is being readjusted as we speak, folks. Just make sure all the other information's correct. Some of the other ladders are going to get posted if they haven't been already. All right, racers, that's right. We are adjusting one pro ladder still, but check the information. Make sure the information is correct. Some of the other ladders have been posted. And no drivers meeting, I guess, so... Well, I'm going to leave you guys for a little bit. We're just going to take a bit of a break, get a quick lunch in here, and we're going to get back at the action as soon as we can. So once again, just stay around the tech booth. We are adjusting the one ladder.
Okay, guys, she's coming down. Just so you guys know, the ladder is pretty well the same. The only difference is Marty Marchuk is racing Sean Lasham. Otherwise, the pro ladder should stay the same, but Marty Marchuk races Sean Lasham. But if you guys want to do a double check, go ahead. But that's the only thing that changed. It just put two people on the ladder at the same time. Thanks for your understanding, all of you pro guys. Okay, all ladders should be posted. If there is a mistake or you're not on it, please come see us ASAP in the tower. Pro, you guys will be called in a few minutes. We're just doing a track prep. So once again, all ladders are posted right now. Attention to the pits, Pro. Come with your partner, head up staging lanes 5 and 6. First call for Pro to the staging lanes. Find your partner and head up to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, first call for Pro. Find your partner, head up stage lanes 5 and 6. Pro to the stage lanes, please. Once again, Pro, we need the stage lanes. Pro to the stage lanes. ASAP, please. You should be there with your partner. Thank you.
All right, let's go, guys. That's right. Pro, find your partner and let's go. And once again, everybody, safe racing, safe travels. Once again, we are Saskatchewan International Raceway. All you guys traveling from all parts of our province, as well as our friends out of Lloydminster, we don't forget about you. As well, we had Manitobans this weekend. Once again, you're always invited to our sandbox. So once again, safe travels, safe racing for everybody, and good luck. And while we still got your attention out there, just a quick word. There is a memorial service for Ian Jantz. We called him Sparky here at the track. The high voltage Maverick, I've heard, is in Lloydminster, and the car is going to come back here at SIR, so I'm very happy to hear that. Ian unfortunately had a crash before, and then he faced a lot of health issues. But Ian and Elaine Jantz raced here out of Lanigan for a number of years at SIR. They're part of our SIR family. So if you're around the Lanigan area, 2 o'clock tomorrow, we're doing a service for them. So just check it out on Facebook, Google it. But yeah, we miss Sparky. He was a great character. The high voltage Maverick was awesome vehicle. Something totally different out here at the track. All right, Pro, one more time. Let's find your partner and go. That's right. All right, I think we're darn close there. I'm just going to say one final call for pro, but I think we got you guys all lined up, ready to go here for the first round of eliminations. That's right, the Queen City Performance Pro class here at SIR. This is points race number 7, but we had a few glicks, so, just check the point standing. But we are going to get this one in the books, and we're going to race both days here at SIR. And yes, Mother Nature, well, we're farmers here. We are weather dependent. And like anywhere here in Saskatchewan, wait 15, 20 minutes. Boy, things change pretty quick, right? All right, I believe we're fired up and ready to go. The first round of eliminations, Queen City Performance Pro Class. Once again, good luck to all our racers and everyone. Safe travels home, near and far. Well, friends in the pits, you know what? Competitors on the starting line, Frank Mahozoff and Floyd Scribner, both members of the Smoking Guns racing team. But not right now on the starting line. Floyd Scribner, sponsored by Karika Downhole Services out of Saskatoon. Well, he makes his home out of Saskatoon. Karika is out of Kindersley. 985 dialed in on the pink Cuda. He's going to have to wait as Frank Mahozoff out of Yorkton gets the big start, 12 seconds. Sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tires, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire. That's a lot of tires. And we are on an FM transmitter. Some of the cars have FM radio, so we cannot announce reaction times during elimination rounds. Floyd Scribner, you're in the next round. All right, our next pair. What are these crazy guys doing? If you're new to drag racing, why are they doing that? Why are they missing the hood? We're going to explain it over the afternoon. First thing was the burnout box. These race cars, they want to heat up the rear tires. If the rubber is hot in the back, traction is very good. Chase Strand just had a white mist coming out of his hood. He's got the bottle with the throttle. That's right, he's running nitrous. That's instant horsepower on a button. And Chase Strand, third generation racing. We are proud to say Glenn Sally is his crew chief. Glenn Sally ran a lot of propane powered race cars here at SIR a number of years ago. So good to see third generation here racing. Second generation Macintosh. Jared dialed in at 972. Well, it's over at the line. Unfortunately, it's a red eye. So Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan, you're in the next round. But you may want to change the number. Oh boy, 1150 on 1169. Oh boy, are there any divorce lawyers out there in the stands? Because I don't know. Glenn and Anita have been together for a long time. I don't think I've ever seen them race against each other, maybe for time slips for qualifying, but this is going to be interesting. A 1050 to a 1075, so pretty well going to be at the top end of the track. Plum Crazy pulling ahead. Oh, Glenn the gentleman takes the loss. But I do mean that in the most sincere way. No, I know Glenn and Anita are racing each other. They are racers, folks. So this round goes to wife Anita Henry. Congratulations. All right, our next pair, we got Walter Fruit Loop Fredette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan with the supercharged Corvette. He's going to get up with Perry Fletcher. Now watch the starting line. Fletcher's going to pull those front wheels. He's out of White City, sponsored by Bennett's Auto Repair, 1025, 1093. Walter Fredette's will get a bit of a head start, and it is over. Red eye, goodbye. Perry Fletcher with the red light, and Fredette is on his game in 004 reaction time. 1093, oh boy, breaks out at 1087. So I'm talking to Kerry here in the tower. I think the air has changed a bit. A couple breakouts. Don't mean to jinx anybody. All right, Southern Saskatchewan. I love this Firebird. Sean Isaac adding it to his collection. He's up with Brian Hicks out of Regina. And Sean Isaac's got some ground to cover. Will he do it there side by side? No, sir. Brian Hicks, 11-13, 11-12. Sean Isaac, a 9-10 and a 9-08. Boy, oh boy, the guys know their cars. All right, Slayer 2. Impressions in thread. That's right, Sean and Cheryl Lachambe. They supply the swag for our souvenir shop. Autopilot Butte, what a beautiful ride. 943 dialed in. Going up against Regina Martin and Laureen Marchuk's Mustang. ABS Competition Bennett Auto Repair, 1026. Wow, this one's over at the line. Sean Lachambe with the red eye. Martin Marchuk, let's take a look at 1026. Oh boy. 1022, 4/100ths of a second too quick. But it doesn't matter, Martin, you're in the next round. Well, I think Afizo's going to win this round. Is it going to be Camden or is it going to be Jake? These guys are cousins. They're family reunion guys here. You know what? They do pretty darn good. And they still race against each other. How about maybe 3/100ths of a second difference? Watch the Christmas tree, folks. 1038 to a 1035. That's a heads-up race if you ask me. I don't think you can sneeze that quick. 3/100ths of a second. And they're side by side. And it is Camden Fizo with the win, a 1040 and a 1038 dial in. All right, he is back. Braden Haru going through the rounds yesterday. Let's see what he does here today. Laser Autobody, RWH Motorsports. As well as like to thank Mom and Dad and Scott Glenn, your Repco. He's got the 68 Cutlass 442. 949. He'll have to wait as our friend out of Regina, Dave Kerr, with the beautiful 62 Fury. You got to look at this car in the pits. A 1235. He will get the head start about 3 seconds. So you're going to see what 3 seconds are going to be. You see the Christmas tree, both pre-stage bulbs are lit. Now the stage bulb is lit. Once both rows are lit, Sherry hits the switch, and there we go. Now you can't leave too soon, which Dave Kerr unfortunately red lit. Didn't miss it by much, 2/100ths of a second. So let's take a look. Braden, Braden Haru. Dialed in 949, ran a 948. He broke out, but he does take the win because of the red light disqualification earlier. All right, our friend out of Weyburn with the Mustang. Marcel's dialed in at a 1050. Looks like either his competitor broke or maybe he's got the buy. We don't know. But I'll tell you what, that is a quick Mustang. And as it's a single pass, hey, I can tell the reaction time. 014, the guy is on his game. And Marcel, how about a 1051 on a 1050? Marcel, you're ready for the next round in pro. All right, Super Pro, first call, 5 and 6. First call for Super Pro. Find your partners and let's go. Well, here we go again. They're all friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. This young lady has done very well. Rookie year last year, she holds her own out of White City. Heather Bennett, 11:05 dialed in. She'll get the head start. As our friend out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan, D100, that is Andrew Elstruck. He's going to wait a 9:72, so about a second and a half. And it's over. It is a red eye. Heather Bennett, you're in the next round. All right, he's running old motor everything. That is Dale Weist out of Regina, 10:37. And Dave Kaster, a bit of a head start at 10:51. Kaster sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, and Garage Inc. Top end. It is Kaster with the win, a 10:54 and a 10:51. And Dale Weist right on the number, came down to reaction times. Kaster had an 012 reaction time to the Christmas tree, a 227 for Dale Weist. So on that race, we say, hey, he got treed on that one. Well, we're going to say this a number of times this afternoon. Mopar with Mopar. Bad Influence Challengers on the line first. 10:15 dialed in for Ryan Doherty. Lindell Concrete Supply. Thank you, Lindell, for the concrete pads here. As well, he's going up against the Mopar out of Regina. Mike Alexander going into the weekend number 1. 10-12 dialed in on the Belvedere. And Mike Alexander, red eye. So I do believe the standings are going to change after today. Ryan Doherty, let's take a look. Oh boy, Doherty, you may want to slice the number. 10-14 with a 3 on a 10-15 dial in. Super Pro, let's go. Super Pro, let's go. All right, we're mentioning Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta. We got to mention these guys. They come to our track every race as much as they can, and we do welcome them here. 985 dialed in. Rob's going to get a bit of a head start. As our friend out of Emerald Park, that's Mark Bennett with the Plymouth on 928 dialed in. So about 0.6 of a second. Watch the Christmas tree. You want to know what 0.6 of a second is? All right. Pre-stage has been crossed. Now the stage ball was crossed. And unfortunately, it's a red eye for Rob Phillips. Mark Bennett, 027 reaction time. Let's take a look at the number. 928. He goes through at 929. Mark Bennett, you're ready for the next round. Super Pro, let's go. We need you in staging, Super Pro. All right, Outcast Racing, Kimmy Gallagher out of Saskatoon, Pontiac Acadian. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and I'll tell you what, she's got Gary Waldner down there. That's right, she's racing for Waldo. Nice, 1109 dialed in. She will get the head start. Chance of that in a 1056 out of Outlook with the Camaro. So he will have to wait about a half a second. Super Pro, Super Pro. Let's go, Super Pro. Well, Kimmy G doesn't do this very often. She red lit. So Jansen Atten will take the win. A 10:56 was he's dialed in. Runs the number. A 10:56 with the 9. I would say Jansen Atten is ready for the next round. Well, we mentioned Jansen Atten previously. We got to mention this guy, Tyson Darrenowski. These guys were responsible for our quarter-mile drag and drive. They had Kaylee. They had Amy Schwab helping. And you know what? The first annual, we're looking forward to the second annual next year. So good job, guys. Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. Like to thank RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, and Bridges Health. And of course, Kaylee, his supportive wife. A 1093 to a 916. Wow, what at the reaction times for both vehicles. 001 for Brandon Bennett, 009 for Tyson. Tyson, you're in the next round. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Well, I like the stripes he added on the 68 Charger. Ryan Appleby, watch the starting line. Our friend Rich Bedford, he's got a lot of pictures, but I'll tell you, Rich, I think Ryan's pulling him a little bit higher today. Either way, Ryan Appleby, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition 980. How about that, a 980 for Boschman? This is a heads-up race. Both cars dialed in the same. They can't run faster than 980. Mason Boschman, sponsored by Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. And there's the launch, but unfortunately Ryan with the red eye. So Mason Boschman, he had a good reaction time. Mason 016, and he runs a 987 or a 980. All right, looks like Ken Daly has a bye run. Either the competitor broke or he qualified. We don't know. But anyway, this is what we call a free ride. A 1020 dialed in. And he can do anything. He can red light. He can break out. He can't disqualify himself. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Well, Ken Daly on his game, an 050 reaction time through the quarter mile. 1020, how about a 1026? Well, he can add or take. I don't know. He's probably going to take a little bit out, maybe. But Ken Daly, you're in the next round of the Queen City Performance Pro class. Testers, staging lane 1 and 2 are now open. Testers, call number 2. Testing lane 1 and 2 are open. Now, Taylor, are you one of the mullets too now or what? We are mullets. I love you guys. All right, Scotty Yaremko. Well, he's confident. He just staged it, and he wants to save it. He's dialed in at 824. All he's got to do is show the car could run, and he's confident. So he knows what he's doing. Yaremko, sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-star, Studio One, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. All right, well, we are now into the fastest class here at SIR, the OK Tire Super Pro class. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Third call testers, 1 and 2 are open. That's right, OK Tire sponsoring Super Pro, the fastest class here at SIR. And I'm going to tell you right now, you don't have to wait for the feature. We always have fast cars here at SIR. And Super Pro shows it. Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon. Richard and Jones, sponsored by Provincial Vodka. Sewer Pole Mechanical, 812 dialed in. Bob Fiesel, 888 dialed in on his dragster at Pasco Lake. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency is sponsors. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers, 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers. So we've got dragster versus dragster. And Bob Fiesel in the Tiger Automotive lane will get a head start. 888 to 812. And it's a red eye for Bob Fiesel. Oh boy, look at that. He's not going to like the time slip. 0008 negative. 8/10,000ths of a second? Give me a break. So it is Bob Fiesel out. He would have ran the numbers. Richard Skopik would have broke out. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2. Well, last year's winner, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, running the IROC Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, 890 dialed in. Boy, oh boy, we've got 3/100ths of a second difference. Rick DeGeese, an 887. So as you're watching both vehicles, if you're new to drag racing, what they are doing on the starting line, they're crossing the first bulb, so that our first beam to get the bulbs lit. Pre-stage now, stage is lit. Sherry hits the button. And unfortunately, Kim Bernard with the red eye, so Rick DeGeese will take the win. 887, how about an 888, Rick DeGeese? That car is for sale. It is a winner. Well, going into the weekend, Travis McBain with the dragster was going in number 2. And right now, he is up against Taylor Fiesel out of Regina. 810 for Taylor. He's sponsored by Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. He is in the VP Fuel lane. Travis is sponsored by Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. 780. So maybe a 0.3 of a second difference on these dragsters. See, kids, that's why you stay in school. You learn fractions. Well, it looks like it's a red eye. Oh, Taylor Fiesel ain't gonna like it. At 0004 negative. And he ran under his number. So Travis McBain, 022 reaction time, 783 on a 780. I would say McBain's ready. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, Smiling Leroy Schmidt, sponsored by PBR Auction. Kelly Solheim, 923 dialed in. A bit of a wait, 928 for Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. So my God, 5/100ths of a second difference. Pretty well a heads-up race, folks. Watch the starting line. And it is a clean start at the line. And top end, Jack Appleby with the win, 933 and a 928. 011 reaction time. All right, seeing Brenda Goebel out there. I do believe the souvenir booth will be open for about another half an hour. If you haven't got your swag yet, you got maybe about another half an hour. Go talk to Brenda. And once again, impressions in thread. Well, technically, it's Mopar with Mopar. AMC got bought out by Mopar, didn't they? Anyways, you don't see a lot of 1975 Hornets. That's right around Fred Schwab. This guy's been drag racing for a number of decades. That is one unique race car. RWH Motorsports is the sponsor. 10:56, he gets the head start as Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta at 10:31. Wow! Jason Howdle takes the win. But I'll tell you what, Fred Schwab, perfect light. 0, 0, 0, 0. And folks, we just had our last race, had a couple races do that. We've just had a couple races do it this weekend. We didn't think it was going to get done. The closest we've ever come to the perfect light was 0, 0, 0, 1. That's 1/10,000th of a second. I mean, how do you gauge that? 1/10,000th of a second. Wow. But congratulations for Fred Schwab on the perfect light. Unfortunately, the win goes to Barney. All right, Sportsman in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, good to see Kelly Morrison back with the farm truck, the 1970 El Camino. That's right, back in the 70s. If you had a farm truck, it had an F on the license plate. He's got it in the back of the El Camino. 9:51, he'll get the head start as our friend out of Pasqua Lake, Jamie Fiesel. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection, Vote Auto, his sponsors. Out of Pasqua Lake, 8:56, we'll have to wait. And Jamie Fiesel takes the win at 8:61 on 8:56 dial-in. Well, the OK Tire Super Pro Class 8 is Taryn McBain making a single pass. She switched vehicles. She was running the dragster last year. Now she's in the Sunbeam Alpine. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, GR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, her sponsors. And she's on her way. Good reaction time here, Rich, and 020 down the track. And Taryn gets through at a 9:45, 143 miles an hour. Dialed in at 9:39. Well, she can change the number a bit, but either way, Taryn McBain, you're in the next round of OK Tire Super Pro Eliminations. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. first call for Junior Street, 3 and 4. First call, Junior Street, co-pilot class, 3 and 4. All right, we got Door Slammer with Dragster, Wayne McKinnon with the Neighbors Mechanical Cavalier. He's also sponsored by BJ 5-Star Link Trailer, Stripe Shop, Surrey Valley Industries. 927, he'll get the head start as Richie Harder with the RWH Motorsports Dragster, 766. He's also sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And it is a clean start at the line. Richie Harder, I've never seen a reaction time like that. Takes the win, 779 of 766. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, that is Ed Desjardins making his way to the starting line with the yellow Malibu and a Pilot Butte. 1044 on that car. Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meter Men, and Pro Reefer Services. Going up against Rick and Cheryl Brown's Corvette. That's right, Rick and Cheryl, sponsored by Stripe Shop, Agri-Tactics, Agronomy. And I don't think Sarah Brown's here this weekend, but nope, but we're going to keep mentioning her name once in a while. No. She was one of the crew chiefs last race, wasn't she? That's why she's not here, Mike. Well, it is a clean start at the line. Rick Brown has some real estate to cover, and he doesn't get it done. It is at Desjardins, 1048 on a 1044. Came down to reaction times on the tree. Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. Watch yourself, guys. Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, staging lanes 1. Junior Dragster, staging lane 1. And Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. All right, our next pair out of Regina. And I love the new ride, and I've heard of the Yanko. This is a Stettner, and it is truly beautiful. I liked that car last night racing with the lights on. The BBJ 5-Star Camaro dialed in 800. Barry's going to have to wait. Matt Dixon will get the head start on 990. He's running that Mercury Comet. Both racers out of Regina. Well, this is the drag race, top end and a quarter mile. It is Matt Dixon. Runs the number, a 990 on a 990. Good reaction time, Matt. 018. Stettner, 108 reaction time. Runs an 802 on an 800. Barry's still learning that car, but wow, what a run. All right, Barbara Stettner out of Regina. That's right, we just seen Barry Stettner with the new Camaro. Barbara's running the red Camaro out of Regina. And she's getting her feet wet this year. She's learning how to drag race, and with every run, she's getting stronger. Keep it going, Barbara. And that's what I like. A lot of female racers here at SIR. When I first started announcing, probably close to 30, 35 years ago, There was only a few female racers now. Holy smokes. And they are great racers. Barbara Stettner, good reaction time, Barbara. 033, 1299, 104 miles an hour down the quarter mile. All right, Junior Street. I think we're waiting for two more. Co-pilot class, Junior Street. Well, your crazy sister-in-law left, but I'm going to wish you a happy birthday anyway, Sarah. It is this week, July 29th. Happy birthday, Sarah Stinson. She made her way all the way from Tepagapura, Indonesia. Well, for now, her and Corey are there for a few years. They plan to come back, but we had a good Stinson reunion here at SIR. So that was very nice. 14:33, Sarah will get the head start. Our friend out of Booyah, Saskatchewan, third generation racing, Chase Strand, 11:50. That's right, Glenn Sally on the sideline. And oh boy, Chase, you're not going to let your time slip. An 004 red eye. So Sarah Stinson, you're in the next round. And you better shave that number, 1423 on a 1433 dial-in. You would have broke out. All right, I think we're waiting for one more Junior Street. All right, waiting for you, Jensen. Junior Street, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, it is a Superior Diesel Blazer driven by Jay Steele. Remember the Outcast Racing Team, Mr. Transmission RW rates transmission. And he gets through with a 1396, but not good enough. Brett Escas, 1206, goes through at a 1208, takes the win. And the Esquez family had a family reunion here as well. Yes, they were based out of PA for a number of years. But good to see Brent Jr. racing here as well. Sarah Beth earlier. And, well, we're talking about Mopars. What do we got on the starting line? Mopar with Mopar. Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 1181 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Evan Stephenson gets the head start at 1218 on the Super Coupe. Junior Dragster, we need you to stay in lane 1. Junior Dragster, stay in lane 1. Well, it is a red eye for Evan Stephenson. Chris Langdon will get there, and he broke out. So, Chris, shave the number. You're in the next round. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Well, more family racing here. Sean Ironstad out of Macklin with the Hyundai 1375 will get the head start. About a second head start to Chantel Hendry at 1273. Chantel sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. Sean's not running a Mopar. Well, top end, it is Chantel Hendry with the win. And boy, oh boy, 1274 and a 1273. Sean broke out, ran a little too quick. 1373 on a 1375 dial in. Junior Dragster, we need you in stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, Stephen Roski out of Coupar, Saskatchewan, 86 Mustang. 1274 and a 1274. Dialed in a 14-15. We'll get the head start as our friend out of Saskatoon, Eric Humphrey, 1292 on the camper special. And at the top end, it is Eric Humphreys with the truck, a 1310 on a 1292 dial-in. Well, there's a gorgeous convertible Impala in the parking lot. Man, there's cars everywhere at SIR. If it ain't in the parking lot, it's in the pits. That's not a bad problem, is it? All right, we got Reed Automotive, 78 Nova, Darren Shimko. Like to thank the Boatman's Muffet Mafia. Well, we want to thank those guys as well. They need haircuts, though, Darren. 1238, Darren's down. Chad Novak gets the head start at 1475. Well, they're side by side, and top end, you see the brake lights coming in. Darren Shimko, you're in the next round. All right, still waiting for a couple more junior dragsters. When you guys are ready, we need you in stage in lane 1. Junior dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, Owen Desjardins now running the Vega out of Regina. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance. 1218 dialed in. He'll wait as our friend out of Moose Jaw, Chuck Ackister, loved the flat black D100 Dodge. 1276 does get the head start. And it is over, unfortunately, for Owen. He got the red eye. So Chuck Ackister, 065, 1276 is the number on the truck. He gets to it at 1281. That's enough cushion on that one. Well, she's on the line first. Amanda Jacek Flamin out of Regina. 1175. She will have to wait as Garrett Gerwing makes his home now in Saskatoon. Part of the Howdle family. 2010 Charger. 1318 will get the head start. Well, this is a tight race. Top of the quarter mile. And it is Amanda Jacek Flamin. Yeah, Garrett, you ran a little too quick. A 13:17 with a 2 on a 13:18. And Amanda Jacek Flamin at 11:78 on 11:75. Good for the win. All right, one more junior dragster. We know you're coming. You're kind of busy running 2 different vehicles. I'll tell you, Lucas, you're going to be one heck of a racer, guy. That is one beautiful Camaro BBJ 5-star. Barry Stetner, new ride this year. Incredible. All right. We got the Battle of Ladies this round. The Butler Byers Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot class. Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell, 1010 with the white Dodge truck. She will get the head start as Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert with the checkered pass Caxi, 930, sponsored by Aurora Chiropractic. And these guys are drag racing, folks. That's right, down the 8th mile. And the same rules apply. Guess what? Marty Breeze, you ran too quick. Nikita Blanchard, you're in the next round. So yes, and oh boy, Marley, you're not going to like your time slip. A 9:29 with the 9 on a 9:30. Missed it by 1. Oh, I don't even want to go there. All right, this is our other junior dragster driver, but right now he's in the competition with Junior Street Legal. Once again, I'd like to thank Butler Buyers for sponsoring both classes. Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. And I'll tell you, Al, Dad, you guys are doing some great things here. 10:30 dialed in. Good father and son moments. Same thing with Sullivan and Shane Gropp out of Dundurn. 9:40 dialed in. And it's over at the line as it's a red eye. And it looks like Sullivan having some issues. Well, Sullivan Gropp, unfortunately, had a bit of a hiccup after the starting line. Have to get her back in the pits. See if they can figure out, but he did win the round. Yeah, he did. All right, just checking out what is going on with that Chevy truck. I'm going to push him back out of the way. Well, they were drag racing, and unfortunately, Marley Breeze ran a little too quick with the yellow taxi. And Nikita Blanchard, oh boy, we got fans everywhere, don't we? That's right. Put your hands together. These young racers are coming around. Congratulations, Linda. Good job, Nikita. Good job, Marley. You've won a few rounds in your day. That's right, you and Steve. All right, they got her fired up again. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. And Sullivan Gropp, if he gets it figured out, you are in the next round as Lucas red lit. And unfortunately, you couldn't finish the pass, but hey, you did trip the lights and you're back in. That's called good luck, right? Good luck, guys. Figure it out. All right, we know Lucas is making his way. And this is our last pair. We got Jensen Adams out of Craven, 1260 dialed in on the GMC. Kaiden Farr with our friend Papa Jackson, Kurt Jackson, 1035 on that Burgundy Sport truck. So the 1035 Kaiden Farr is going to have to wait. Well, unfortunately, they called that a red light, Jensen, but I'll tell you, you had good reaction times earlier, so you know what? Red light this round, a 120 reaction time. Kaiden Farr, you are in the next round. 1068 on 1035, lots of number there for you. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Let's go, Pro. 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, we got the top end guys doing a quick look. And opening up our gate for our junior dragsters. That's right. Get them down the track a little bit quicker where you got a little prep ahead of us. And I know Lucas is on his way. Waiting for one more junior dragster. And Lucas just finished with his junior street legal co-pilot class. So once again, good family memories. Good chance for father and son, father and daughter, mom and daughter, right? And usually economics and drag racing don't go hand in hand, but it can in this one. You can run the family ride. Kid's got to be 13 years and older. And yes, there's paperwork to sign. It's at this. But you know what? Once the paperwork is done, the only order we give you here is let's have some fun racing together as a family, right? All right, so we're just waiting for our vehicle to make it back into the pits. And one more junior dragster on its way. Well, Brett, you haven't forgot how to drag race. You're doing good. All right, junior dragsters, Butler and Byers, thank you so much for sponsoring this class as well as the junior street legal co-pilot class. And she's got Zoe. That's what she calls her junior dragster, Victoria Desjardins. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course, she wants to thank Papa. That is the crew chief, Ed Desjardins, 1422 dialed in. She will get the head start as Thomas Jacek Flamin, 1195 dialed in. That's Russ giving him a hand on the starting line. So he will have to wait. There's Lucas ready to go. Once again, Pro 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go, Pro. Well, unfortunately, Victoria's going to learn what a red light is, and win goes to Thomas Jacek Flamin. Let's take a look at 1195. He goes through to 1217. The number's good. And Victoria would have broke out, ran a little too quick, but she red lit. So Thomas Jacek Flamin is in the next round. And he will meet either his sister, Leah, or Lucas. And Thomas was going in first place into the weekend on the point standing. And Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. We are going to touch up the track really briefly, but we want to get on this program. So Pro, let's get into the staging lanes. Well, we got a few minutes. Once again, Ian and Elaine Jantz are hosting while Ian passed away. There's a service in Lanigan tomorrow at 2 p.m. I know some of the cam busters are going to make it out there for Ian. Sparky, we called him. He ran the high voltage Maverick out here at SIR for a number of years. The Maverick, we heard, is in Lloydminster and has intentions of coming back to racing here at SIR. Unfortunately, Ian had a crash a few years back. But unfortunately, his health kind of failed him, and our thoughts with Elaine. They've been a part of our SIR family for a number of years, and our condolences to the Jantz family. All right, our final pair of junior dragsters. Then we're going to prep the track. But, Pro, you guys should be on your way to staging. Once again, 5 and 6, find your partner and let's go. All right, out of this row, Saskatchewan, Lucas Guyman. And that is his dad, Al, at the starting line. Going to help him on the starting line. Leia Jaslik getting help with mom and dad. That's right. Well, Leia Jaslik Flamin going to get the head start. 1193 dialed in. 841 for our friend Lucas Guyman. So Lucas is going to have to wait, well, about 3.5 seconds. Well, you ain't going to believe this, Lucas. You broke out. You ran too quick at 8:35 on an 8:41. So it is Leia Jasik meeting her brother Thomas once again in the final. Boy, that's not going to be a quiet trip back to Regina, is it, guys? All right, we're touching up the track. Pro, let's go. Pro, find your partner and let's go. I think we need about 17 cars. We were about 10 cars short, I believe. Well, good job there, Victoria. And Zoe, good job. And Thomas is in there as well. Well, Thomas, you're in the final. Good job, buddy. Well, folks, after this, we are back in August. That's right. We're going to be racing Friday during the day, a points race. And then Saturday is the feature. That's right. It is the Flamin' Southwind Showdown. All right, Lucas Guyman, that's right. You're doing a heck of a job, buddy. Jumping from vehicle to vehicle. Good job this weekend. Awesome. All right, final call for pro. Final call for pro. Let's go. All right, first call, Super Pro, Super Pro. Final call for pro. All right, we're back. Looks like Tyson Darrenowski's got the single run. So either his competitor broke or maybe he's got the buy run. We don't know, but he'd like to thank RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course his supportive wife, Kaylee. We want to thank Kaylee as well. So he's got a 1093 written on the truck, wants to make sure that number will take him into the next round. That's all right, he red lit, he can't disqualify himself. But 1093 is the number. Tyson, work on that red light. You're right on the number. Time 93 with the 3. All right, our next pair, we've got the Mullet Mafia out of Martinsville. Mason, the Mongoose Boatman. Limitless Auto Boutique. Martinsville Collision SCS Contracting Team Boss Blue 984 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Anita Hendry out of Dundurn. 1075 will get the head start. Sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. And like to thank her husband, Glenn. Well, this is at the top end. It's Anita Hendry. Hendry runs a 1078 on a 1075, 3/100ths of a second difference. Mason Boschman runs a 1001 on a 984. Yeah, that was the factor on that. Wrong ET on the car, but hey, Mason's going to be back. We know it. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Another junior dragster racer years ago. Definitely knows how to race now. 79 Nova. Sponsored by Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Camden Fiesel, 1040 dialed in. He'll have a bit of a head start on Regina's Martin or Laureen Marchuk 68 Mustang. 1022 dialed in. Marchuk sponsored by ABS Competition and Bennett Auto Repair. And it is over. Unfortunately, it's the red light. And looking at Martin Marchuk, he had a good reaction time in 012. He went through it at 1025. He dialed in at a 1022, 3/100ths of a second. He got the win. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, our next pair, it's the Pink Panther Cuda Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Sponsored by Carica Downhole Services, 985 dialed in. Going up against Heather Bennett out of White City, and it's over. Floyd Scribner with the red eye. Heather Bennett, let's take a look, 1107. She breaks out 1106 with a 6. So, Heather, you may want to keep the number. I'd shave it a bit. All right, is on the line first. That's right, the white dart. We know Ken Daly. And going in on this weekend here, he's got some ground to cover. So a 1024 for Ken Daly, 1169 for Chase Strand. He's out of Booyah, Saskatchewan. So Chase with the Mustang will get the head start. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. Well, top end of the track, it's Ken Daly, 10:29 on a 10:24. Definitely came down to reaction times. So, Ken Daly, you advance into the next round of Queen City Performance Pro Class. Ken was in 8th spot. Well, Braden Haru won yesterday. Let's see what he does here today. He was in 7th spot going into the weekend. The point standings are going to change after this weekend. 9:49, the number on the cut list. He's up against friend, but not friends right now on the line. Brandon Bennett out of White City. 10:51 dialed in. Walter. Why aren't you racing? All right, at the top end, it's a red eye. Brandon Bennett with the red light. Braden Haru in 036 got through 950 on a 949. All right, Super Pro, we need you to find your partner and let's go, Super Pro. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Dave Caster, 10:51, 9:29 from Mark Bennett, side by side. Dave Caster with the win, 10:55 on a 10:51. As Mark Bennett broke out, 9:27 or 9:28. All right, our next pair, we've got Brian Hicks approaching the starting line out of Regina, the 69 Chevelle, 11:13. He'll get the head start. Brian's been racing here at SIR for a number of decades. He's up against Outlook's Jansen Atten. Once again, thank you, Jansen and Tyson, for putting on the quarter-mile home and drag series here earlier this year. And the word is the second annual is coming up. Jansen Atten, 10:57 dialed in. We'll have to wait. All right, a couple more cars for Super Pro. A couple more cars for Super Pro. All right, Brian Hicks runs right on the number, 11:13. And he had the reaction time in 0:14. Brian Hicks, you're in the next round. All right, our next pair, 1087 on the Corvette, Walter Frenetz. We'll get the head start as Ryan Doherty's Bad Influence Challenger, 10:13. Frenetz out of Bigger, Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon, Lindahl Concrete Supply out of Hague is sponsor. Super Pro, we need you in stage and find your partner and let's go, Super Pro. Well, looks like Doherty having some issues, so it's going to be a single pass for Walter Frenetz. Now is Frenetz going to break out? I shouldn't have said that. He breaks out at 10:76. 1087 for Walter Fernetz. All right, testers 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2. All right, we're now into Super Pro. All right, Taryn McBain on the line first, running the 61 Alpine Sunbeam, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, GR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Her sponsors 943 dialed in. She will get the head start as Rick DeGeese, an 887 dialed in on the Nova. And this car is still for sale. I'm still scratching my head. What a car he's got. It is a proven winner. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2 are open. And top end, it is Taryn McBain right on the number. Oh boy, oh boy, oh. Rick the Geese breaks out by, I don't even want to say it, 886.99 on an 887. I think it's 1/10,000th of a second. All right, Richard Jones Skopek on the line first with the Provincial Vodka Sewer Pole Mechanical Dragster. Dialed into the 811. Richard's going to have to wait. Jack Appleby, that's right, Jack and Shannon Appleby out of Emerald Park, 930 dialed in on the 72 Dart. And Jack will get the head start. Well, Jack Appleby having some issues. He's just going to drive it down the track. And Richard Skopek knows he's got the win. He's going to do the same thing. They're just going to take the vehicles down the track, save the medal for the next round. Unfortunately, Jack Appleby having issues right at the starting line. And thank you, Jack. Yeah, we didn't want to hold up the program that much. He opted to go for it, so... Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, Travis McBain making his way back on the starting line. And that's Barney out of the burnout box. Jason Howdle of Lloydminster, Alberta, 1031 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. Well, we want to thank all these people as well, Jason. Thank you for those kind words. You get the head start as Travis McBain, a 781. So just over a 2.5 second race, change on the Christmas tree. Charles McBain, sponsored by Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Hagen Mechanical. And top end, it is Jason Howdle, 1032 and a 1031. Jason 0018 light, you are on your game, my friend. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2 are open. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2 are open. All right, the RWH Motorsports dragster, that is Rich Harder in the wheel. That's right, Amy Schwaber, crew chief. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Rich wants to see this number, 766 at the top end of the quarter mile. Well, Richie's on his game in 026 reaction time, 766. 766 with the 7. This guy is on his drag race game here today. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Street Legal, the stage and lanes. And the Bantam altered out the burnout box, Jamie Fiesel at a Pasqua Lake. Going up another Southern Saskatchewan man, that's right, Matthew Dixon out of Regina, 990. He brought this Mercury Comet out earlier this year with the Causies. I love this car. 990 to a 857. So just under maybe a half a second head start for the Door Slammer. Well, it is a clean start at the line. And it is Jamie Fiesel. How about an 860 or an 857? 005 reaction time. Jamie is on his game. Matt Dixon, not bad either. 033. 990 down. They went through a 998. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Testing lanes 1 and 2. Final call. Testing lanes 1 and 2. Final call. All right, our next pair, Ed DeJarley on the line. Pilot Butte, Dyna Crane Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meter Men, and Pro Reefer Services. His sponsor, 1048. He'll get the head start. As Scott Yaremko to Saskatoon, running at 823 on the Canzo. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star, Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. It is over at the line. Scotty Yaremko runs the number 823 with a 4. And if you remembered his previous round, he staged it and saved it. So this young man knows that car. Good job, Scott Yaremko. You're in the next round. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal in staging. All right, final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. All right, well, we're going to do a test pass here. I think we're doing the Junior Street, right? 8th mile. Marley Breeze, Steve Boyle, the co-pilot. And Marley's mom on the sidelines, videotaping, right? Are you in, Sully? Are you in the next round? Good job. All right, through the 8th mile, Marley Breeze doing 9:23, 72 miles an hour. All right, Brandon Bennett doing a test pass with the Mustang. Well, good reaction time for Brandon in 023, making his way down the VP Fuel lane. Top bend, quarter mile, 9:16, 145 miles an hour. All right, Barbara Stettner up for another test pass. The red Camaro out of Regina. Well, Barbara out the gate's a little too quick with a red eye, but hey, 065, not bad. And through the top bend, she'll get through the quarter mile with the red Camaro. Runs at 14:45, 91 miles an hour. And Ryan Appleby going to check her out. Boy, oh boy, watch the starting line. Rich Bedford's going to get another good picture of the under chassis. He has been pulling the wheels tremendously on that Charger this year. What a launch! And Ryan with a red eye. Oh, 7/1000 of a second. I'm not even going to say that. Down the quarter mile, 979, 135 miles an hour. All right, good to see the farm truck back. That's right, 1970 El Camino. This truck has a lot of history here at SIR. Kelly Morrison ran it for a number of years, then kind of retired for a little while. And then, you know what? He dusted it off. You know what, drag racer? He's got to get back at it. And Kelly going through the quarter mile. He gets through to 961, 138 miles an hour. Well, we're almost through the second round eliminations. I'd say it's time for ice cream, right? Hector's Grubhub, go down, grab some ice cream. April and Brad Enns running our concession again this year. Added ice cream last year, said it was a great hit. And it's, well, not cold, right? Not warm either, but like I say, every time is any time for ice cream, right? So, Eric, when's the housewarming party? I'm bringing a sledgehammer. Well, you never see me party before, have ya? Yeah, I don't get invited out a lot. I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. Congratulations to you guys. All right, Riley McClellan making his way back on that Tiger Automotive lane. That is Nicky McClellan. Going to help guide him back on that hot rubber on that starting line. Well, and we know they're part of this. That's right. Got to thank Lady Luck Automotive, 6th annual Hot Rod Hayride. Raised over $600 for SIR. They did a 50-50 in raffles, and they contributed to the proceedings here to SIR. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Trevor and Cora Lee, as well as the McClellans. Yes, they got a big club going on there. And as well, yes, they helped out Lou Fontaine getting his Falcon out here. He's still looking for a name for that vehicle. Wow! Riley McClellan on and off the pedal, and I'll tell you what, almost took out the styrofoam barrier. It's not a barrier. He would have blew it up. Those styrofoam things kind of blow up real good, but either way, how about that? Took the long way down the quarter mile, still got through to 1276. All right, looks like Dort is going to make a test pass. All right, I believe, yeah, we better take a look and make sure that styrofoam reflector is working right. Wow. I was taking a long way down the quarter mile. But it was still pretty darn quick, 1276. All right, how's Elaine doing? She's going to get a little bit busier with the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. All we ask you guys, responsible beverages. We want to see you back here at SIR again and again. And Elaine will look after you. Once again, if you got any receipts, you drink Great West product, if you could forward it to us, they do help with sponsorship with that. So the more Great West product we buy, they put more money back into our facility. If you'd like to, you can text or email the receipt to the SDRA. Or you know what? I just gave my receipt to the beer gardens. Elaine will look after you for that. But either way, thank you. Great West as well, Mackenzie Auto, our sponsors in the beer gardens. So yeah, it looks like we just got to do a little bit of an adjustment on the track here and then we'll proceed. And testing lanes 1 and 2 are closed. All right, looks like we got to do a little bit of a fix here. We're just down for a few seconds. That's not Dennis talking, is it? Bobby. Well, yeah, he doesn't come up, say hi. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. You know what? I know other guys that sell tires too, you know, mister. Yeah, I know. I still love you, though, okay? But you hurt my heart, okay? You always said you're going to come and visit me at SIR. I see Bobby all the time, and I mean, okay, we like Bobby, but, you know. We love Bobby. Come on up. Oh, not you, Dennis. She can come up, but not you. Well, I'll tell you, taking long way down the quarter mile. Riley McClellan had his hands full keeping that vehicle between the lines. Good job, Riley. All right, we got the bad influence. Ryan Doherty, 72 Challenger out of Saskatoon. Going to do a test pass with Colin G out of Rollo. Well, Doherty with the red eye, 032 reaction time for Colin G. And Doherty gets through the quarter mile, runs a 10:16, 10:55. All right, Junior Street, we need you in stage and lanes. Junior Street. And Junior Dragster, final one. We need Junior Dragster, final and stage and lane 1. Once again, Junior Street, that's right, the co-pilot class. All right, Kerry Reap running the Mustang through at a 15:07 on a 15:04. Good for the win, as it's a red eye for Nathaniel Gross out of Southie, Saskatchewan. All right, our next pair, it is Sarah Stinson. She came all the way from Tepapagapura, Indonesia. That's right, the Stinson family having a family reunion here at SIR. Good to see Corey back. They make their living across the world. They're getting the time slip with Chad Novak. All right, Chad Novak threw a 1496 and a 1470. All right, good to see Taylor Jasic back here, 2010 Camaro 1383. He will have to wait. This is a heavy truck out of Southie, Sean Isaac. He was running the Viper yesterday. Now he's running the heavy truck. And I'll tell you what, it is a fast truck. If you consider the weight, he's running dualies on that. Well, Sean Isaac threw it a 1625. Good for the win. All right, Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. We need you in staging. Junior Street, and Junior Dragster final in stage and lane 1. Junior Dragster final in 1. All right, our next pair, we got the Jeep Austin Stinson out of Saskatoon. Up with Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. Sean Ironstad out of Macklin, 1373. Dialed in. We'll get the head start as Evan Stephenson, a 1219 on the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon. Well, top of the quarter mile. It looks like Evan Stephenson as Sean Ironstadt broke out, ran too quick. All right, co-pilot class, that's right. We need you guys in staging. Well, I don't care if Shane's driving. You don't have a vehicle. You lose. Okay, I'm the announcer. I don't make the rules. Okay, you go talk to Sean, right? Yeah. You bring me ribs, then we'll talk, okay? All right, Braden Bentley started out in Junior Dragster, now running the Trans Am with the Mullet Mafia. Running the convertible, getting the time slip with Dave Leverton. No time slip. They're an elimination round, Mike. There we go. Fast forward, 1400 on the Core Rock truck. 1498 for Braden Bentley. All right, Dave Leverton got through to 1425 on a 1400 dial-in. We need Junior Street Legal co-pilot in 3 and 4. Junior Dragster in 1. Junior Dragster final. We got the Flamin' feud going on again, right? Nah, they're having fun racing each other. All right, we're just going to take a look on the track here. A bit of a concern. Just want to make sure everything is okay. All right, so Junior Dragster, we need you in staging lane 1 final, Junior Dragster. And the co-pilot class, that's right, 3 and 4, Junior Street Legal. The co-pilot class, 3 and 4. All right, we're just going to send our crew down, make sure everything is okay. Bit of a concern. And you just want to confirm it. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll get back at her. Well, I'd like to share once again, we are streaming here at SIR. We're on YouTube. So maybe you're at the lake. Maybe you want to catch the action. You can't be at the racetrack. So if you want to stream it, we're under Sask International Raceway. And we got to thank James Gordon for getting that going. All right, I do believe the track is good. Just waiting for the staff to return to their positions. We'll get fired up right away. Looks like our junior dragster drivers are already suited up, ready to go. Sullivan's just waiting for his ride in the co-pilot class. All right, first call for Pro. Find your partner and let's go. Pro. Find your partner and let's go. First call. All right, fired up once again. Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, out of the burnout box first. The 1076 on the Corvette. He will hap the way to Shane Gropp out of Dundurn. Fixed Income Garage. 1377. We've got a 3-second head start. Well, 3 seconds, not really a headhunt race, but yeah, Walter's going to wait a little bit. Well, we've got a drag race here. Does Walter Finetz have enough to catch Shane Gropp? He does not do it. And look at that. Sully. Shane right on the number. 1377 with the 6. I think Dad can teach you a few things still, eh? Oh. You got to watch out. You're talking to the union of dads here. The union of the fatherhood. All right, we're waiting for Sullivan to make his way back. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, Marcy Desjardins on her way down the quarter mile. This is a headhunt race, 1765 to 1328. Yes, over 4 seconds difference. But it is over. Marcy takes the win as it's a red eye by Scott Lalonde. And Marcy, you would have broke out. I hate to say it, the truck ran too quick. 1745 on a 1765 Dial-In girl. May want to change the number, but there we go. We got fans cheering on our friends. Well, fans, if you're liking what you're seeing here today, we are back in August with the feature race. We got the points race on Friday. We're going to spend all day Friday racing, and then Saturday, that's right, it's the Southwind Showdown. Funny cars, jet cars, pro mods, and alcohol cars. Well, we can't forget, I believe Andy Boastman's bringing the Jokers wild. He's got his Top Fuel Harley bike coming. All right. Kaiden Farr got the buy run, I believe, with the Burgundy Ram truck, 1035. Kaiden's just like every other racer. He's going to take a look and make sure this 1035 will get him through the 8th mile. Doesn't want to run faster than that, right? Or you'll want to change that number. But either way, you are in the final. And it'll either be Sullivan Gropp or family, that's right, Nikita Blanchard. So 1035 is the number, and that is a heavy truck going through. Oh boy, 1022. You better shave the number. You broke out by more than over a tenth of a second. 1022 on a 1035. You better add or take that number off. All right, now we're swapping vehicles. So for the Breeze family, do I get a t-shirt saying Marley's announcer? We got Marley's dad, Marley's mom, maybe Marley's announcer. What do you think? I'm teasing. I like that. That is awesome. All right, so Kaiden Farr is going to meet either Nikita Blanchard in the final, the white Dodge Ram Sport truck. And Nikita dialed in at a 1010 will get the head start. As Sullivan Gropp warming up those back tires, a 940 dialed in on that 83 C10 truck. So Sullivan's going to have to wait about a half a second on this. And good to see Nikita Blanchard with an old racer. That's right, Linda Sabiston. Her and Kurt Jackson bringing out their grandkids, teaching them drag racing. We love that. They are side by side. And top of the 8th, Sullivan Gropp, you are in the next round, 953 on a 940. So Sullivan Gropp going into the weekend, number 1. We'll be meeting Kaiden Farr in the final, the Butler Byers final in the Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot class. All right, Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. First call for Super Pro 3 and 4. First call, Super Pro 3 and 4. All right, the Junior Dragster final coming up. But right now, we put our hands together. Nikita Blanchard, unfortunately, runner-up. Sullivan Gropp going into the final with Kaiden Farr. But you guys had a lot of fun. Put your hands together. We got a few future racers coming aboard here. Awesome. Good job, Sully. Well, it is the battle of brother and sister, and I don't want to be mom and dad on the ride home in Regina. I'm teasing. These guys have fun. They're having fun doing this. And Thomas was in first spot going in on the weekend, so we'll see what happens. But Thomas is going to be dialed in at a 12:05. He will get a bit of a head start as Leah Jacek Flaman, 11:99. So not really a lot of difference here. 5/100ths of a second maybe. Pretty well a heads-up race. And today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Dragster class, congratulations, Leah Jacek. Runs under her number 1198. Was a double breakout. Tiled in at 1199. Thomas ran a little too quick. 12:02 on a 12:05. So today's winner is sister. That's right, Leah Jacek Flaman. Congratulations. All right, and you guys know what to do. All right, Pro, we're still waiting for a few more cars. Super Pro, second call to stage and lanes, 3 and 4. Super Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. But Pro, we need the rest of you guys. You guys should be en route. All right, Super Pro on their way. All right, looks like Pro is there. Once again, Super Pro, we need you in stage. And Super Pro, let's go. And we're still waiting, I believe, for the juniors to make their way back the return road. First call for testers, 1 and 2, Marley. Testers, 1 and 2, first call. All right, testers, 1 and 2 are open. That's right, testers. Stage and lanes 1 and 2 are now open. And our Super Pro guys are in there. The numbers are dwindling. That's right. Mackenzie Auto, you guys, numbers are getting a little bit larger, right? All we ask, get home safely, right? We want to see you again. Elaine's looking after you very well at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. And Great West, thank you so much for what you do for us out here. Well, this round, Leah Jasic Flamin took the win. Today's winner, Butler Byers. Congratulations, young lady. Leah Jasic Flamin with the win. Let's put our hands together. There we go. And I think from a drag racing family, we know they're good drag racers. Good job, guys. All right, looks like Anita Henry will have a single pass. 1075 is the number. She's got two choices. All you got to do is show the car could make the run. But we're under the tower. She's in the burnout box. Let's hear it. Anita Henry decides she's brung it and she's going to run it. That's right, 1075 in the next round. She's got to make sure that number's going to get her there. Sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, and thank you to her husband, Glenn. Well, this lady's on her game in 018 reaction time down the Tiger Automotive lane. And how about that? 1077 on a 1075. 018 reaction time. Anita Henry, you are ready for the next round. Testing. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. All right. Tyson Daranoski out of Casa Rio with the S10 1093 dialed in. Big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and Kaylee, his supportive wife. 1093. He'll have to wait. Brian Hicks, 1111 on the 69 Chevelle out of Regina. And clean start at the line. Well, top man, Tyson Daranoski, double breakout, takes the win, 1091 on a 1093. May want to shade the number. Breakout for Hicks, 1107 on 1111. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. All right, our next pair, Martin Marchuk making his way on the starting line out of Regina. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, his sponsors on the 68 Mustang. 1025 will have to wait. Walter Frenette's 1076 on the supercharged Corvette. And clean start at the line. And it is Furnette's 1087 on a 1076 dial-in. Came down to reaction times. Martin Marchuk, 180 on the line. Went through at 1027 on a 1025 dial-in. All right, double trouble. David Caster out of Saskatoon. Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Garage Inc., 1051 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Braden Haru, 949 dialed in. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, he'd like to thank as well, Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko. This is a drag race. Clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. And it is Braden Haru right on the number. Dave Caster, 1053 on a 1051. 949 with a 7 on a 949 dial-in. Braden Haru. Final call for testers, stage lane 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, Heather Bennett out of White City, 1104 with the Mustang. She'll get the head start. Ken Daly at 1024, just under a second difference. Watch the starting line. Well, this one's at the end of the track, and it is Daly, double breakout, but Heather Bennett had the light. All right, first call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, I gotta like this matchup here. Taryn McBain out of Saskatoon. Sponsored by the Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. She's driving the Sunbeam this year, 942 dialed in. She will get the head start. As Scott Yaremko driving the Pontiac Acadian, 823. So just over a second head start here. Scott, sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star Studio One, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. What a start at the line. Ho, I didn't know who was going to win this one. Taryn McBain had the reaction time, but all over the map. Scott Yaremko took the win. All right, a little bit of concern at the top end. We're going to check it out, make sure everything is okay to go. All right, Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Find your partner. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, just checking the lane, make sure everything is okay. All right, fired up once again. Well, we got Door Slammer with the dragster. That's right. Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Jason Howdle. That is Garrett Gerwing. Got to watch Jason going down the track. 10:31. He'll get the head start. Is Richard Skopek. That's right. Richard and Joan out of Saskatoon. 8:11 on the Provincial Vodka Tour pulling mechanical dragster. Top end, it is Barney with the win right on the number. Wow, good run there. Skopek at 8:15 on 8:11. Barney right on the dial-in. All right, our next pair, side-by-side burnouts. Jamie Fiesel and Pasco Lake. He's in the Tiger Automotive lane. He's got the orange Bantam altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection. Vote Auto out of Regina as sponsors. 8:55, he'll get the head start. Rich Harder, RWH Motorsports Dragster. 7:67. Red sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. All right, if concerned on the track, we're just going to go down, check it out, make sure everything is okay. Well, we're just about there. A few more cars. The numbers are dwindling in each class. I know a few racers have to make it back home. They want to beat and make it home in a safe time. So we wish everybody safe travels, both the racers, crews, and our fans. We do appreciate you supporting us here at SIR. Once again, next year we are celebrating 60 years. We are the oldest drag strip here in Western Canada. Very proud of it. So we got our Southwinds feature coming up in August here next month. And I'm looking forward to next year, 60th anniversary. All right, still scouting this track to make sure it's all right. All right, still taking a look at this lane to make sure everything's all right. And I know Elaine's looking after you guys out the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. You guys doing okay? Yeah, we got a few arms moving down there. They're okay. As well, we got Hector's Grub Hub. You got to grab some ice cream. Got to grab something to eat, something to drink. Talk to the Enns family. Well, we're still taking a look at that VP fuel lane. We will get underway as soon as it's safe to do so. Wade, you got you caged over there or what? Come on up and have a conversation, man. I'm not coming to walk to you. You come to me, mister. All right, they're still looking at that lane, guys. Keeping you informed. All right, just going to scrape the VP lane a few times here, get it prepped, then we're going to get back at her, guys. Sorry for the slowdown here. Thank you for your patience. But we are on a holding pattern for the moment. And I know some of you guys in the race cars, actually, it seems like Winter Nationals, you want to stay in your jackets and warm. But I tell you, this summer's been ironic, really crazy. For July, you got a few days of summer, and then you got a few days of winter. It's never been a constant temperature anymore. Okay, they're asking me to say this rain delay for now. Knock on wood. Well, Wade, you came at the right time. I think we're going to have to do a sacrifice for the rain gods. Yeah. We did that with Brenda Shapel for a million years. We have to throw her up the tower. I can't believe that woman is still alive. She hated it when it started raining. Oh, here comes Mike with his rain thing again, right? All right, we're on hold for a moment here. And you know, Saskatchewan, let's wait 5-10 minutes. It's going to change. I definitely want to put this one in the books. So thank you guys for your patience. All right, Junior Street Final. We're going to get her going. There's Linda Sabiston saying, get me out of this truck. Nikita is driving me nuts. Or no, Linda's driving Nikita nuts. Oh, I love the pictures on Facebook. You guys are having some good times here. All right, let's go. Junior Street Legal Final. All right, this is the Butler Byers. Go Pilot, and good job. Marty Breeze at 9:07. We are just testing there, Mike, and at 10:12. All right, we need the Junior Street Legal Final. I got a little excited. We were still doing test vehicles there. Happy anniversary, Russ, on her back window. Is it their anniversary? Did you bake him a cake? No. All right, we got Mom. That's right, Amanda Jessic Flaman going down the track. We got Thomas and Leia in the tower watching her go down the track with Chuck Ackister. And it is Chuck Ackister with the win. All right, good to see the Escas family from Prince Albert having a family reunion here at SIR. Hey, the Stinsons. And hey, the Feasel's always doing that. But Brent Jr. behind the wheel of the satellite, good to see him back at the track at 12:06. He's busy with kids. That's right. That's what kids get in the way, don't they? No, they don't. You raise your family, right? Sarah Stinson out of Tempa Kaporo, Indonesia, back for a visit. All right, top end of the track, Brad Escas Jr. with the win at 12:15 on 12:06 style in. Wow, I just heard some interesting news. We definitely got to welcome our friends from Australia. We got some firefighters helping us here. You guys are incredible. Welcome. We didn't want you to put out our fires. We just wanted you to come to Canada, but thank you guys for that. Special shout out for our friends from Australia. All right, back on the racetrack. Chris Neil Langdon, 1201 and 1181. Good for the win. Shipko 1244 and a 1238 came down to reaction times, a 198 to an 056. All right, we've got Mopar with Mopar. Chantel Henry out of Dundurn, 1274 dialed in. 1297 for Eric Humphreys. Chantel sponsored by OK Tire and Henry's Motorsports. And they are side by side, top end of the track. It is Chantel Henry with the win, 1277 and a 1274 dial in. No. First call for Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, Kaiden Farr is the winner. 10:27 double breakout. He ran he wanted to do a 10:35. He breaks out. Sullivan Gropp ran a 9:30 and a 9:40. So today's winner, congratulations. Kaiden Farr, you are today's winner in Butler Byers. All right, Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, first call, 3 and 4. Street Legal, 3 and 4. All right, Pro, we need you. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, Riley McClellan, but I'll tell you what, put your hands together. Today's winner, Butler Byers, Kaiden Farr. Congratulations, Kurt Jackson. That's right, a couple racers bringing the grandkids, having some fun. And Sullivan Gropp, he was going in the weekend number 1. He breaks out, but I'll tell you what, you had a pretty good run, Sully. Good job, guys, and you got her running. All right, he got down safely on the track. How about 1193 as he cruises through the top end? Riley McClellan still figuring out the ride. One run at a time. All right, Pro, we need you in stage and Pro. Let's go. Pro, let's go. And Street Legal. All right, looks like Street Legal's all there. Pro, are you guys there? All right, we're just about there. I believe one more vehicle. Pro, let's go. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. First call, Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, Walter Fournette's going to take a look. 1086 is the number down the quarter mile. He's got to make it work. So 1086. All right, put your hands together. We got Riley McClellan and the crew making their way down the return road. Riley once again doing a wonderful job keeping it between the lines. And what a wild ride it is. He's still got some figuring out to do. All right, we're back. Queen City Performance Pro Class. We've got friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Tyson Aronofsky out of Castle Rio. I'd like to say a big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Autobody, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course Kaylee. And there is Kaylee on the starting line. Going to tape Tyson on this run. He's going up against Braden Haru. The 68 Cutlass 442, Laser Autobody, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Also like to thank Mom and Dad and Scott and Glenn Yaremko. And it is Braden Haru right on the number, 947 with the 8. Tyson Aronofsky breaks out. 1/100th of a second, a 1090 on a 1091. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Anita Henry on the line first. She's out of Dundurn with the Barracuda, 1076. Sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, and like to thank her husband, Glenn. And 1076, she gets a bit of a head start. Ken Daly out of Regina, 1022 on the White Dart. Watch the starting line, Mopar versus Mopar. Well, it's a red eye for Anita Henry. Ken Daly, let's take a look at 1022 top end. 1022 with the 6. Daly is back. Old 3-5 reaction time. Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, Russ Flamin running the GTO, the Flying Flamin out of Regina. Well, wise move, Russ Flamin right out of the groove. All right, Super Pro, you guys are there. All right, we've got Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, Core Rock Construction 1400. He will have to wait. Chad Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang will get the head start, 1470. Well, Chad Novak takes the win as Dave Leverton broke out, ran a little too quick, 1396 on the 1400. So Chad Novak on the next round. All right, tester, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. First call for Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, this is Audio Wero Street Legal, Marcy DeJarle. Oh, Red Eye, she was doing so good. Through the rounds yesterday and through the rounds today, unfortunately, a Red Eye stops her. Shane Gropp out of Dundurn, 1375 through the quarter mile. Oh, Shane, 1373, may want to shave the number a little bit. But we're coming down to the nitty-gritty. Once again, testing lanes 1 or 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Sportsman, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, Sean Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan, running the big Dodge truck. 1588, he'll get the head start, and I'll tell you what, for a dually truck doing 1588 in the quarter mile, that's a fast truck. Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe, 1216 dialed in. He's got some ground to cover. Will he do it? He does it. 1219 on a 1216. Once again, testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, I like this matchup. North versus South. Pasqua Lake. Jamie Fiesel with the Bantam Altered. 856 dialed in. He gets the head start with the Bantam Altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Vote Auto Order Regina as their sponsors. Scott Remco's Gotta Wait, 823 on the Pontiac Acadian. He's sponsored by RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, BBJ 5-Star Studio 1, ABS Competition, and Link Rentals. Well, it is a clean start at the line. Scotty Yaremko is in the final. He's going to meet Barney. 8:29 to 8:23. Came down to reaction times. 0.24 to an 0.91. So Scott Yaremko will be meeting Barney in the final. That's right, Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. That's Jason Howdle's Charger. Like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. I like what you say, Jason. Now, absolutely. 1030 is the number he's looking for. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsman, fourth call. We're waiting for 2. Sportsman, we need you in staging. And Jason Howdle, how about a 10:33:007 reaction time? I'd say Barney is ready for the final. All right, looks like we got a grudge match here. Marty Breeze with Sullivan Groff. Good job, Barney. You were in the final. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Top of the 8th, it is Sullivan Groff. 893. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again. Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 1180. Like to thank Mary. And he's going to have to wait. Chuck Ackerster will get the head start at 1277. I love the flat black D100 Dodge truck. All right, top end of the track. Chris Langdon did not get her. He broke out, ran too quick. Chuck Ackister just under the number at 1276 with a 2 on a 1277. All right, it was Mopar. Hey, Brad Escas Jr., 12:08. You are in the final with Chuck Ackister. Once again, Mopar final. We don't have any Mopar fans out there, do we? Street Legal 3 and 4, Street Legal 3 and 4, Pro 5 and 6, Pro 5 and 6. And testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Last call for testers. Last call for testers. That's right. Brad Escas Jr. in the final. Pro 5 and 6, Pro 5 and 6, Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, another 8-mile test. Once again, testing lanes 1 or 2. Final call. After that, we are going to get into the finals. So if you want to test your vehicle one more time, 1 and 2 are still open. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Street legal 3 and 4. All right, Marley Breeze through a 919, 73 miles an hour, half track. All right, Pro, 5 and 6, you guys are there. And Street Legal, you guys are there. Testing lanes. Open for 2 more minutes. All right, Austin Stinson up against Chad Novak. And this is the Audio Warehouse Street Legal. Top end. It is Chad Novak in the final. Testing lanes closed in about a minute. If you want to test your vehicle, testing lanes closed in a minute. All right, Shane Gropp doing the quarter mile with Evan Stephenson. 12:13 for Evan Stephenson, 13:75 for Shane Gropp. One of these racers in the final. Well, reaction time for Evan Stephenson. Wow, an 009 takes the win at 12:18. Shane Gropp, 13:75, broke out, ran a 13:68. So Evan Stephenson in the final with Chad Novak. All right. Good job. All right, you should be en route. Testing lanes will be closing shortly. Testing lanes will be closing shortly. Well, here's a matchup in pro. Walter Fredette's New York is big, but Walter Fredette's from bigger Saskatchewan, 1078 with the supercharged Corvette. He will get the head start as Braden Haru, a 946 on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Thank you to Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko. There we go. Put your hands together. And it is. He's on the brakes, but no. Braden Haru takes the win. As Walter Fredette's, 1074 and a 1078, he broke out. So it looks like it'll be Braden Haru meeting Ken Daly in the final. That's right. Queen City Performance Pro Class, Ken Daly. 1022 is the number. He's going to check it out. He had two options. He knows the car runs, but he wants to make sure that number gets him in the final. Ken Daly, 1022 down the quarter mile. Let's see what he does. Well, he red lit, but it doesn't matter. He'll still get the time slip for the quarter mile. 1022 gets through to a 1026. Ken Daly, you're in the final. You got some decisions to make. He is up against Braden Haru, and that is going to be one heck of a final here. All right, testers, you got 2 minutes, 1 and 2. We need some more time to allow some of these cars to get ready for the final. So once again, testers, we are extending it. 1 and 2 are open for another couple more minutes. All right, Super Pro Final to the stage and lanes. Super Pro Final to the stage and lanes. Super Pro finalists, we need you in the staging lanes. Super Pro finalists to the staging lanes. All right, Super Pro finalists, we need you in the staging lanes. Super Pro finalists to the staging lanes. Testers, you probably got less than a minute. Let's see if you're going to make a test. All right, I like that attitude. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. And you know what? Testers, if you're not there, testing lanes will get closed shortly. All right, all finalists to the staging lanes. It looks like our friend Sarah is going to make another run. Happy birthday. Oh, it's not Sarah. Who's in the car? Corey. Jasmine is in the car. You Stinsons always have fun with me. Let's have fun with the announcer. Who's driving the car today, right? I hate to tell you this. I'm 62. I'm already at the Alzheimer kind of range there. Dementia's creeping in. They say I'm going to be crazy at the old folks' home. Absolutely. I think I deserved it. I earned it, right? Wheelchair racing, yeah. I'm going to do the senior circuit. I'm going to be the announcer. Wheelchair racing. What do you think, eh? Oh, no, Sarah, you ain't going to believe this. Or, sorry, Jasmine. A negative 0.0004, 4/10,000ths of a second. Oh, my God. No perfect light. 14-17 down the track, though. But almost a perfect light. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. All right, Ebony giving up the thumbs up. That's right. It's going to be an all Mopar final in. I believe that's going to be the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Got to thank Brian with locations here in Saskatoon and Regina. Jasmine, almost a perfect light. Good job, though. All right, this is the Performance Plus Sportsman final. That's right. Good to see Brett Eskis. He hasn't lost his touch. That's right, Dad on the sideline watching. But Brett Eskis Jr., 12:07 on the satellite, 12:76 for Chuck Ackister on Moose Jaw with the D100 truck. And it's over, red eye. Brett Eskis Jr., boy oh boy, it's been a long time since he's been drag racing. Hasn't lost his touch. Congratulations. Our Today Performance Plus Sportsman winner, Brett Eskis. And he would have broke out as well. It would have been a double breakout. But either way, good final. All right, this is the OK Tire Super Pro Final. Scott Yaremko out of Saskatoon, 823. Link Reynolds, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Scott's going to have to wait as Barney gets the head start. Almost a 2-second head start. Clean start at the line. Today's winner. Congratulations, Scotty Yaremko, right on the number. How about that? 823 with a 5. Jason Howell, how about a 1034 and a 1033? Bottom of the screen, 5/10,000ths of a second difference on that run. All right, our RDO Warehouse Street Legal Final. All other finalists, we need you in staging. Evan Stephenson, 12:15, 14:70 for Chad Novak. Well, red light, good night. Chad Novak, runner-up with the dreaded red eye. Evan Stephenson, congratulations. Way to go, Don. You should be proud. Evan taking the win. And he runs right on the number, a 12:15 with a 1 on a 12:15 dial-in. Chad Novak, a 15:05 on a 14:70. All right, pro finalists, we need you in staging. Pro finalists to the staging lanes. All right, congratulations, guys. Chad Novak, runner up, but good job, guys. Good racing here today. All right, racers and crews, if you guys have any garbage you want to get rid of, please don't put them in the garbage bins here. We're already taking care of that. We ask you to put it into the big red bin so that way we're getting the garbage bins emptied. So we'll start off nice and clean. So once again, if you got any garbage you want to get rid of, don't put them in the garbage cans. We're already kind of cleaning up. Put it right in the Loris bin in behind the trees there, just down by the pit road. And I guess there's a Loris bin out by the gate. I guess I'm blind in one eye, can't see up. No, that's with Cheryl. She got laser surgery last week. Good job, Scotty. All right, the moment we've been waiting, the final here. That's right. Oh, it is the Queen City Performance Pro class. I love this matchup, North versus South. Ken Daly out of Regina, the white dart, 1024 will get the head start. And I'll tell you what's the starting line. He's going to pull those front wheels. He'll get the head start. Braden Haru, 948 dialed in. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports as well. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Scott and Glenn Yaremko. And it is a clean start at the line. And it is Ken Daly with the win. How about running the number? A 10:24 with a 4:018 reaction time. Braden Rue fell off a little bit, ran a 9:59 on a 9:48, 097 reaction time. But today's winner, Queen City Performance Pro class. Congratulations, Ken Daly out of Regina. And that is a wrap. We will see you back in August. That's right, Friday we got the points race before the feature race. And that's right, we've got the Southwind Showdown, funny cars, jet cars, pro mods, alcohol cars. And I think Andy Boschman is bringing the Jokers wild from what he said on Facebook. So we look forward to seeing that. Everybody get safe home. Look forward to seeing you guys back here in about 4 weeks, 3 weeks. There we go. Good job, guys. That's right. Let's put our hands together. Kaylee. Good job, Braden. That's right. Oh boy, Ken Daly gets the salute. I think I'm blinded, you guys. I love it. Good job, Mr. Daly. Today's winner, Queen City Performance Pro class. And everyone, once again, safe travels. Good to see everybody. And we'll see you back at the August feature. Thank you. Safe travels home. And Sean, I still think you better put a Mopar in that Pontiac. What do you think? I know you were waiting for me to say that one more time, right? No, that Pontiac is a beautiful car. Do not touch it. It runs good. You're doing good, my friend. And good to see our friends from Southie this weekend. Good job, guys. All right, everybody, have a safe trip home. We will talk to you at the next race.